that we're writing a resolution on the basis that the plan text insolvency advocate and name of the deal would not
Hey Matt, what are you like? They're all
like they
talking
just
about
don't
suing
use the
Carmen.
same word. Right? Okay.
I think they also say there's so in capacity to sue and be sued in Dropbox, which I like started off for it. There's like a ton of AR article that uses language capacity to sue and be sued. There's an animal article that uses language capacity to sue and be sued.
Sure, that
There's
has
animal
a good
and
suggestion
AR
in the chat. Sorry.
What about pests?
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
I have a max of and ors in a res that I will say yes to of 1.
Because I was gonna say,
I would love 0 and ors.
Or just means
throw all
and
the
or in many circumstances. You don't need to put the and slash.
To kind of fold back, we had a question at the beginning of yesterday, which is like, what does a good slate look like? And most of us agreed variety. It seems like we have decent evidence to support either of these phrases without much reason to avoid adding one to the res to make it a democratic vote over them. I feel like we're kind of quibbling over, assuming it's one or the other when we do both.
I feel like it might be a worthy time to go give folks a chance to read the app that we've sort of been talking about this morning, because we've all been sort of working on our own individual things. We haven't had a chance to look at the compiled stuff for the verbs or the objects that we've sort of talked about this morning. So maybe that's good. Like, let's take a quick break, go research or like look at the stuff that's already been produced and sort of sort through some of these discussions, and then we can kind of talk about things more. Does that make sense?
Lauren, if I was looking for the like environment stuff that you're kind of talking about, what file would that be in?
In the right of nature section.
Okay, is that, sorry, it said that was like a file, is that in day 1 or?
I think Adrian put a big compile file.
Oh, it is,
It's
but the yesterday compilation. Oh,
no,
There's
so
also this morning.
before the day 1 files, like before you, it's like in the main folder is the compilation from 9:40 a.m. this morning.
There are also a few under
got it, right.
under the legal rights section, but
Where's the Beckman part that you talked about, Becky?
It's in Rafa's neuter.
We got emails out to emails on paradigms.
It's in the day 2.
Day 2, top of committee day 2.
I think that like the Beckman one makes me comfortable for rights and duties. I think that the Rob cards, if it's an expand resolution, would be like expand the entities recognized as legal persons, or Jackie's eligible for.
Yeah, I just like resaved that wording proposal. I wasn't ready like exactly to defend it, but the second wording proposal in the day 2 folder has this phrase categories of entities that I found pretty decent amount of stuff that could eliminate subset apps, which some people like, some people don't.
Does that mean like?
There are cards that say it doesn't as well, so.
Truth sort of updated.
It's the one that wouldn't require the definition stuff we were quibbling over.
So
I think that we were like
the second one just add.
because like what legal persons are the fictitious entities and who are.
We have agreement on a lot of what we were saying. It was just like.
I'm not gonna start
This is something I'm seeing, and I want to see if you're also seeing it. Every time it says they're given rights including this, and not solely this. So if the resolution only said this, it doesn't make any sense, because again, corporation was given the rights to hold and transfer property and have perpetual existence, which then enabled them to also sue. They're like,
I can read that part, but I agree that these things. Let's see what you see as part of the lens. Yeah, right, like for example, stock government seems to say there are multiple things, so like one thing is the capacity to contract, another thing is the capacity to serve these. But I just wanted to go all this stuff because that was really used a lot. Because we talked about it when we talked about the very first time.
The capacity contract?
No, the sewer be sued.
You're right. The contract one is also in the first card. Just sue and be sued is related to it. This is a weird question, but hear me out. So if you give something the capacity to sue and or be sued, does that imply you also give it the capacity to own property because redressability?
I think what they're saying is that you can give any right and the capacity to sue or be sued for them.
So it's.
And that it's implicit, so like, it would be as if it said the right to sue or be sued parentheses over anyone.
So what's implicit is the right that you're granting. I feel like what's implicit when you grant the right is the capacity.
Correct, I think that's why we're saying, but like, we don't have a different idea of what, they're like, it's gonna look the same way.
Agreed.
Like, and implementation, the only reason I want the right is because it fits with the phrase right of nature and right of the animal, and that's on the list.
You figure out right of that?
I haven't looked, I can look.
That's the problem with the right stuff. It
Yeah,
definitely makes sense
yeah.
for these two.
That's why
It
it's
just-
right and or duties.
It feels very odd to not use the phrase right of nature if possible.
Updated.
Right,
It feels very,
so like,
very,
but once you start adding rights and duties,
So it shows.
Well,
then it changes the rights.
again, I don't want animals. I want rights,
I think the good compromise is legal rights and or duties.
because like, I would be happy with that, with the word legal.
But so once you change rights to.
And or duties, then
Then
it
it changes the
includes
meaning
the
of
right
rights
of
of nature, rights of nature.
Yeah, but there are no duties of nature or duties of nature that you
Yes.
want to apply, so it doesn't really matter.
Exactly, so in my mind, it
That's
doesn't
fair.
actually matter, it only matters to include AI into the res.
But yeah, I haven't seen a rights of AI card that.
Then you just stick
Well,
throughout the US or in Europe.
They have good US cards that said US means all collectively. It's all
Yeah.
the same.
Those cards are really good.
So like,
So-
I guess in theory, it doesn't mean all of them, like, it doesn't mean throughout, but it does mean every single state government acts. So if you're like, the United States recognized the Chesapeake Bay, like, I don't know how you don't get toasted to the pay out of California, the California politics. It's like, has no relationship to your state,
About California, with Joe politics and for recognizing just insurance.
but, you know, I'm just saying that because
Texas,
historically,
like,
like,
Texas,
California
yeah.
politics data cards have been very good.
Yeah.
But like, whatever, pick your state that has
Yeah, pick-
nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And just like move on to like, I don't know, I thought your cards were getting it done there, especially
Yeah, the
combined with
normative case is just so overwhelming that it's just hard to imagine like the HVAC response with anything good.
I think the only reason I liked in the United States sort of at the end is because what stops the app from the US recognizing an already legally recognized river law? So like, the US recognizes Canada's recognition of whatever river they recognize.
I don't know if that's a bad app. I don't know if that's an app we should try to switch.
Or I don't know if there's a good
Well,
name
the-
to that.
the
Like, I don't know if it's a bad app, but I
I
don't know if
mean,
there's.
you're saying a foreign entity that has not been recognized and is not human should be able to bring suing in the United States.
The
So, like, we
counterclaim's
just
also
built it, yeah.
overpowered because you can just have a court case on the grounds that you respect other countries' definition of what a person is, or that, but that's not conferring personhood.
I don't
So
know,
that doesn't confer, that res doesn't confer personhood either.
Well, rights or duties inherently confers personhood. There are excellent cards on that.
Where are those cards at?
Those are all of the cards that I've been cutting.
Rights and or duties definitely confers personhood.
I think one of Rocco's cards says instantaneously.
Let me find it.
Or is that wrong?
There's also, yeah, there's
It's
one.
under compiled as well. I cut a bunch of cards on it.
I'm not gonna give defense, but
No,
I'll
you're right.
I'll
I just wanted
definitely
to let
take
you
the
know
stuff.
where it
Yeah,
was,
you know,
yeah.
no, I agree. I'm definitely, I have a vested interest in learning.
This one
Absolutely.
says, formally, legal person is just a bearer of rights and duties. If any entity has rights and obligations in accordance with law, it obtains legal personhood. It can happen at the click of a finger.
Seems very reasonable.
And then this one says,
Where's my card
it's in the email that I sent. I couldn't
So
upload
I think it's
stuff
in
to
day
it.
two,
But
so it's in
obviously
the
feel free to
topic
upload it.
committee, day 2 is the file name.
Yeah, topic committee day 2.
What's
And
the
then
name of that
there's
card?
another one. There's another one that says, to be a legal person is to be the subject of rights and duties. To confer legal rights or to impose legal duties, therefore, is to confer legal personality. Those are under the legal persons header, Bryson and Dremaluga.
Yeah, it's not underlined in the front, we got that, like, what the government.
It makes sense with the and duties, but what about just rights in isolation?
I think that limits out AI apps because most.
No, I'm asking about this definition. It seems like, yes, if you add duties, clearly it has some,
Well,
whatever type of obligations, that creates a personhood. But if you just have a rights affirmative, does that meet that definition?
the Bryson card says to confer legal rights or to impose legal duties is to confer legal
Yeah,
personality.
okay. So legal is still going to have to be included.
I think legal rights is the phrase that Klarman sort of landed on.
Are the definitions good, distinguishing legal from non-legal rights? Or,
I mean, they're good insofar as they say it's not a moral right.
I mean,
So like, a legal right is a right given by a legal entity that is enforceable.
can the government vest or confer a moral right? Like, is that something it can do?
I don't know, but I just wanted the proceeding.
Well,
Because we
I
haven't.
started seeing some moral rights stuff in reference to the healthcare cases relative to abortion. So I don't know how that plays out.
Because I'm just trying to figure out if grammatically it's just excluded by the United States.
Like, so for example, the United States recognized the ability of, not Home Depot, what's that place, Hobby Lobby,
Yeah.
to be able to have their moral rights, so it's at least a recognition.
Yeah, but they recognize a First Amendment right in that case as well.
Oh, I'm just
Oh, okay.
saying that when I typed in moral rights in the context of legal personhood, that's what.
Right.
So with this card, it seems to be about it. Right, to see if we see the product for this.
I think.
This is just a random aside for moral right. It only appears in the topic paper 20 times, and it seems to be an entirely different conversation. So I would advocate not copying.
Though this is true.
Oh, the other thing I forgot, AI can't get rights as much, so the duties would help with AI.
What rights can't AI get?
Almost all of the evidence about AI is about giving them duties and or obligations, because then you give them a social obligation.
Yeah, the vast majority of the AI literature is in the duties context.
Yeah, that's not true about the patent stuff, right?
No, there are technically AI rights, like it's possible, it's not like there's.
They're the
no
worst
duties.
apps.
And that might be.
Copyrighted patents and properties.
The lie 21 card in the topic paper is about like rights of AI. So there are
Yeah.
some, it's just.
I'll resend the link. So Young sent me something last night that I'll put in the general Slack chat. But it's maybe it looks like a book chapter It's just like, here are all the rights that we could extend to AI. I agree that most people would rather say AI bad on the app, but there are a lot of people who would rather AI right. I'll email that to. I don't know like how desirable a unidirectional topic is, it's just rights, but it is possible.
Or not.
The concept of the topic is going one direction, it's not great.
First time for everything.
But this thing
It
that
still
I
goes
just,
in one direction, it's not less legal person.
Sure, but it is either we should get to do more stuff or, you know, we should get to do less stuff.
I will say, I don't think that's particularly true, because to infer a right onto someone gives a duty to another, so no matter what, it's going to be bi-directional if you see it that
There are
way.
also cards, there are cards that they're inseparable because others, there's a duty not to violate rights or.
Yeah,
For sure, but like the establishment duty on AI app does not infringe on any human right.
it protects human right.
Exactly, and the app that is give a right to something else, the neg is that it infringes on human rights.
No, the neg
We
is
would
just
just
love to debate that, like, we would love to debate these apps.
Well, but neg is like
But,
legal person and legal
Yeah,
defined.
All I'm saying
that's-
is like, it is dramatically a different concept.
but it's,
yeah, I'm
Just,
cool
so
with,
if the right is
I'm
to
cool with
sue, so like this
whatever.
article is just asked,
But
one of the
it
rights is
is
to sue or be
incorrect to
sued,
say
doesn't
that
that
people
inherently
don't
create
write
the
about
duty? It's part of that, so
AI
if you grant the right to sue or be
Yeah,
sued, you've
people
created a
certainly
duty
do, but there's
On
a
what?
lot of.
on AI, so if I grant the right to robots to be, to sue it or be
But there's
sued,
no
I
grounds
think
to sue
There are
on.
no rights as for AI, 'cause that's not true.
that's back to that same discussion of whether or not that's true or not, but yeah.
It's not true.
But like, so if we're granting the right, so that's the assumption, is we grant the right to be sued or be sued, there is then grounds to sue them.
I think what we're saying is the right to sue is a colloquial term, it's not actually a right, it's a capacity.
The article Banky just sent out says which rights can robots and AI have, and the first one is right to be sued or be sued.
Yeah, the other thing that, Young was saying about this is like, we could just say we have the right to incorporate and then say once they become an LLC, they're liable.
Technically, they have the right to be in charge of an LLC now, but
You know,
Corporate rights are a little different.
yeah. That's sort of the template that I think is gonna happen a lot in the AI, it's just make them,
Make them employees.
Yeah.
Not persons.
make them in charge of the LLC, and then they have legal responsibilities that way, but not persons.
Yeah.
Is there a place where there is like solvency cards for rights of nature or the topic?
That's in the original draft.
Got it. But not in the like knowledge.
It's, no, because I just took out all of the things that we mentioned, so it's not original. In the nature areas.
I also forgot a few of the random cards, but.
That'll happen. It'll happen. I just wanted to go to the mall. So I see your point, Kevin, about like the nature solvency cards are using the verbiage rights more than it uses sewer v. sue. I think some of what I am thinking, so like the AI stuff definitely uses like sewer v. sues more as opposed to like rights and obligations. And so it's just kind of like no matter which thing we choose, ultimately, it wouldn't be like perfectly mirrored in the like evidence set. It seems like.
I'm fine with the thing Jackie said, which is like lump sum, let's say you can just call it a day. Is that satisfactory?
I'm not voting.
Sure, but like there are people who
No,
have
yeah,
interests
yeah.
besides people who vote. It seems like we should, respect the interests of people, even the ones who are not voting. So like, does that satisfy or like not really?
Yeah. I mean, do you feel like there are AI solvency advocates that mirror duties?
I have seen.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Duties is used all the time for AI and tech.
This list that Young posted does use the word rights for AI for at least 10 different times.
And since the first one in that list is
Be sued.
be sued, it sort of opens up the duty stuff as a
Yeah.
topical version of the app, which that just means there's a team made about that app, which seems like it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that is intriguing enough. No, I haven't.
No worries.
This is a weird question, but based on the code that I found, Letterman, which makes expand the rights of nature or expand the rights of animals. The first thing we have is like expand the rights of nature to AI.
I'm not sure though.
Is that still applicable without including AI here?
But most of the words that I have seen.
Because it's not grammatically.
Okay, so I guess that if we replace this word. This failed now? Yeah, but just or confirm.
Or grant.
Granted for any of those.
Probably better than perfect.
I mean, I'll figure it out.
Right, should recommend grant.
So then you lose the right to
I also have rights to.
Wow.
The rights one and rights two are.
Because
I
right,
think that's a,
right,
Rights
nature,
one is even better.
you at least has a person that included AI, which means that.
I also-
It's not.
Yeah, I've heard that it doesn't include AI.
Okay. You gotta see it.
I feel like I'm not.
That's why I have legal education.
So if it's grant rights,
Which is the current, right to nature doesn't have.
Monetize.
Oh, because grant is different than expand, because expand would include AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, grant may,
grant rights to
Well,
AI
it's
would
still
allow you
rights-
to expand rights.
Great
to
rights to
nature.
nature would not have that.
Yeah, I like that. I would be okay with that. Then it's a question of legal rights. Would you still want legal rights? if it's
Yeah, I
grant?
think you could.
Yeah, and Brandon was making the case that best doesn't require the word legal, because it
You can get that
is
Implies-
defined as legal,
Yeah.
but I don't care as much about that.
I just don't think the word best, but I mean, it's not the best one we have, about it, because it's defined, it just isn't really.
Sorry, let me find the part that doesn't have. Yeah, so the global alliance for the rights of nature,
As long as we have rights.
don't forget the result column.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
I feel like we should go back to that.
The top one?
Yeah,
That close to the.
and it's from the, but it's from the global alliance for the rights of nature. It's from their glossary. There are a few other words like that from theirs that are like, kind of like a simple lesson, it's like, the goodwill that I would say, like, they should have would be not happy.
I think it would be fine under expand the rights of nature,
Yeah.
where it's like RON is a term, right? But rights to nature.
Yeah, but then it's sort of like this. And then like nature.
Yeah.
I.e. ecosystems.
Ecosystems exclude AI ecosystems.
Yeah, and then there are these parts, this was the best space one I had.
That's good. That's sufficient.
At least there's a keyword here. Yeah, right excludes.
It seems very odd that like right of nature, right of animals, literature is just very different than the AI literature. It seems like a very annoying.
Puzzle pieces.
It seems
And
very
they're like the only two things that everyone agrees should be on the list, and they're like,
diametrically opposed.
Yep.
I think that's also just how the real life, honestly.
The people who read about them read about both of those things.
Yeah, the only term I've seen that used the same time for like, that would fit the resolution was a rights bearing. Entity one. Okay. I don't know how to say that I have seen it as a term, but. Or rights. Feel like this. What's what rights to grant?
that's true, did you make that?
Non-human species, I don't know,
To describe
Oh,
animals.
yeah,
Because that includes zygotes, that includes swarms, that includes hybrids, that includes aliens.
No, I'm not
Well,
gonna,
I figured
I'm
the first
just like,
part,
I'm
the rest
gonna
of
make
the
one
stuff
comment.
that feel like.
I agree.
Yeah, that was my one thought, it's like. That's not necessarily matter what all this.
I kind of feel like we're more likely to agree on the lists than the stem.
Yes.
That's my impression.
Yeah, that's why we started with the stem last time. The list stuff falls into place once you figure out the stem, or at least that's my thought process.
I agree.
Cause that way you can have a version, well, that way you can have a version that's without the list, and that's already done.
Without the list is a little hard there. You need a focus.
She's like, let's just look.
Agreed. Rights bearing entities.
Where's that in the US coverage? Does it define everything broadly? Have those been in the Dropbox?
They were United States codes.
Yeah.
Same thing, United States.
Have those been in the Dropbox somewhere?
I think that there are some, they're under Aegis, US equals only, and then there's US equals throughout. And I don't know if that includes all of them.
That is a handful of Kansas cards, I think.
Okay.
It's really Truth was doing that, but Truth is looking at a part of it or something like that.
Oh,
I thought Clarman said that Michigan had also done some of that stuff, so.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I mean, they all seem to say the same.
Where's your stuff, Truth?
Yeah, Truth, where's your stuff?
Truth is there.
Oh, is he no longer there? Just topic, he's been here for like none of it.
Well, you dropped some and/ors in the chat.
That's it, you dropped several in.
It turns out he's been
I mean,
DMing
full
me,
contribution
that's my
there, I
bad.
love that.
I should have been better about that.
That's like,
Thanks for that. Where this topic may be talking about time.
So just like planning purposes, I was thinking that review the stuff that we have till noon, and then at noon, we didn't talk about Banky's research or versions of the res. So we could talk about that and then go to lunch, which I think DCH suggested. What's the name of the place, DCH? At the Afro Deli, that we would just walk to there for lunch.
the TLDR is that most of the links by he who must not be named are like only he uses that precise language. So there are a couple of them. Well, there you go.
Sorry, I wasn't sure.
I was waiting until noon to have that discussion, but if you want to have it now, you can.
Well, I'm just saying it's not a discussion.
Okay.
I would like to have a vote that we just don't talk about it together.
You're the one that said his name. Banky, you try to avoid it.
I'm only following the rules here.
Incidents are dead, and we just agree.
Yeah, Michigan will close the coffin, like.
Thank you.
It was at least worth throwing out there.
Yeah.
We appreciate your work, thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
I did receive a message yesterday from some representatives of D3 that they want future humans as a part of the list.
Future gen.
Future gen, yeah. I said I would convey this.
Yeah, Matt also, I put a doc from Matt, who also,
Can you
Sense
ask
of
them to
listening.
send us definitions of those?
Right, see,
yeah,
Because
that's,
I
I did say we need both evidence and
Very new.
right, because I've been having this conversation with Matt right now. Like Matt put together a bunch of stuff that there are additional, it's not just climate, it's not just the environment, it's also democracy, it's also debt, et cetera. Again, that is part of our concern, was that there, in my opinion, most of the literature still in the context of sort of personhood or future, being able to sue on behalf of the future, is still more about climate. So nature would access that. But the secondary problem that we identified, and this was the analogy I was using yesterday, if AI and nature are like apples and oranges, future gens is like kiwi, like how are we shoehorning that into the resolution? Like if anything that we say says non-human, or in that regard, future gens are human, we need to figure out and that's the problem, is that we still don't have a way to include them. Or if we're gonna say sue and be sued, we need to figure out a way to shoehorn them in that doesn't add a whole other pile of words that we don't, well, first of all, we don't have definitions of, and two, is gonna make it clunkier and wonkier, so.
It shoehorns in actually yours comment. You could put to
You're muttering to the board.
future generations.
it does work in Klarman's version. Of just like,
What? I can't even read that.
the US should grant legal rights to nature, animals, AI, for future generations.
How does this spill over DA? It's just future humans. Why would that spill over to any other non-human entity?
I think the spillover DA is probably the problem.
Okay.
Simultaneously, how do you handle trust in our plan?
What do you mean, how do you do?
Sorry, is it
The
just
abortion
rights or is it
DA?
rights and?
That's true, you can
It's
it's just legal rights, that's true.
Two
That's probably
is
the
this
best spelling
version
DA.
that
It's-
Klarman working on.
You
I
can
was
only
thinking
say
like it spills over to
and.
animals.
On
Yeah.
that same.
There is another version we talked about that would include legal rights and or duties too.
I also like, someone was like, I don't want not to know, this option or whatever. Is it worth putting something on the ballot that doesn't have the term non-humans in it? I don't really, we're more interested in the non-human stuff, but to give people the option.
Right, I think this is a good area, and I think it is a salient literature, and there is a lot of it, and it may be more interesting to a lot of people. The problem is that we have not
So yes, I think maybe we should include a version that doesn't say non-human or allows for non-humans or says explicit. I'm not sure that future generations is the right phrase. I do think we should figure out ways to access this in the short term. Like I said, I think nature accesses a lot of it, not necessarily all of it, not necessarily the stuff that Matt produced last night. So I think we still have some pathway into it, but if we want a broader pathway into it, then we need somebody to solve the issue that DCH, Shante, and I could not resolve in the last week of how do we include it without chunking up a resolution with a whole lot of other words that are not the same, like the kiwi as opposed to the apples and oranges thing. Because a lot of people say, for instance, future generations, there needs to be like trusteeship, et cetera. Are we gonna shove trusteeship into the resolution? Like,
Sure. Again, I'm like, cool, they're not good options. Just kind of like,
Is the math stuff in that compilation?
no, it's in the day two
Okay.
stuff that I haven't gotten.
Do you want me to add it in?
You can. I was bracketing. All the stuff that's in the day two folder is not integrated yet.
Okay.
And
Jackie,
because
do
I
you
had
parse for category of entities?
Yeah, that's, if you go into day 2 here, I updated the wording option proposal doc, and that's the second wording option. I'm still cutting more, because that phrase is used a decent amount. Just double check that that one is actually.
DCH, what room is this?
123.
120, yeah, I think Claire.
Okay, I think it's 1:30 now. I shot Young a message because Young's not on the Zoom. About when the
It's on here.
You have to promise here?
What? Disconnecting, that camera controls continue.
I heard it too.
This is the.
back to being at work. So I don't know when Young will join us, but I think that the next sort of task is to figure out the ending portion of our list. And I know under yesterday's sort of like research terms, we sort of have a starting point for those things. But I don't necessarily think that we've done any work previously on sort of sorting through like non-human entities, non-rights bearing entities. What was the phrase that you were talking about earlier, Dilo, before we broke for lunch? Rights bearing entities. All right, so that's work we need to do. And then whatever the object is, so how we determine AI, natural entities like animals or nature, and then if we want to figure out the future generations or leave that to somebody at home to figure out, because it seems like we sort of abandoned that as far as we're doing. So do we want to divvy up those things as research tasks for the next hour or so? Are there things that people are interested in taking off that list?
Do we do more research on a lot of that?
Yeah.
Still reading through this.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't think that we have, I could be wrong, but I don't think that we have we don't have a lot of definitions for a lot of these things of like how we want it for like the AI version of like how we want to phrase AI.
Truth did that.
Truth did that, okay. And so maybe it's just reading through that stuff and figure out maybe for the next 30 minutes, reading through that and figuring out where we're short. Is that the better starting point? If we think that we have those cards? Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we can sort of talk about where we think that we don't have enough things other than future generations, which we know we're short on.
Yeah, and Adrian's compiled doc under artificial intelligence. There's a bunch of stuff.
Okay. All right, do we want to start with like how we're feeling about the non-list options? I think those are limited to what we've talked about as like novel or non-human entities or non-rights bearing entities. Is there a lean that folks have about those terms, direction one way or the other, concerns they have about either?
Well, I think there are two candidates that are best. For the rights only res, I think it should be a rights bearing entity if there is one such res. And then if it is a non-list, it should be non-human entities not recognized by the United States as legal persons.
It's too many words.
I think whether or not we say non-rights bearing has to do with the object of the resolution as well in my mind, because it's illogical to say grant of right and or duty to a non-rights bearing. Maybe it's not illogical, maybe just it feels strange wording wise. It could just be me.
We could say expand the number of rights bearing entities. Number is obviously not a word, but I think you're going to say.
Yeah, it'd be a little different wording wise.
I can still stand categories.
So I agree with you that categories is fruitful if someone defines it. But I'm struggling to find someone who defines the term or the phrase category of entities.
Yeah, I don't think anyone does. There's obvious definitions of categories, which is like groups. But anything that's categories of entities is contextual.
So like I agree it appears, so there are like 25 hits for category of entities to get %. But people also use like subjects, like one of the Rafa cards, Breckman 18, uses the term category of legal subjects, but in a footnote, it says that it follows that the category of legal subjects cannot be defined by the law since legal definitions are not legal norms. All legal norms can identify the extent to which entities are subject to normative relations. Hence, the legal claim A as a legal subject does not itself justify the conclusion that A is a legal subject because this claim does not represent a legal norm, and therefore does not define the legal relations applicable to A, like the Breckman card, the Michigan ballot thing. And I'm also concerned that legal subjects, which is defined in that card, is distinct from legal persons.
I think there is a difference between using categories as a modifier for entities that don't have like legal subjecthood, and what you're saying, which is classifying the levels of personhood that have been attributed. Like categories being used in different terms there, like, because there are categories of legal personhood,
Yeah.
which is distinct from saying we have entities, there are categories of them. Like, I don't understand why categories has to have a legal meaning when attached to entities. We have definitions of entities, and the
No, I
word
agree.
categories in the lay definition just means a group.
Yeah, that Breckman thing uses the term category of legal subjects like we would want it to appear in a resolution, referring to like, because that's the thing in the card where it's like chemical compounds or not, yada, yada, yada. So it's using it the way that you're describing, not like tiers of subjecthood, but like which are the thingies that are.
The parts of like personhood, I guess you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying like there are definitely categories of being a legal entity. Like there are categories to everything.
Well, like people use, I agree with, like people use the term category of entities, and then we'll use as examples like unborn fetuses, animals, ecosystems, technological systems.
Yeah.
But my concerns about it are just that like as a term of art, I don't think that anyone is like, this is what a category of entity is. In my other.
Yeah, I don't disagree
Okay.
with what you just said. I just think like the word category is a commonly used word. So like when we talk about classification within legal persons, the use of category is obviously not about just like there are lots of entities that exist and they're within different classes.
Yeah, but I'm kind of like with you in spirit, I guess.
Yeah. I'm just kind of like, I like something that modifies entities, allows us to avoid having to figure out this like, do we include the phrase non-person, etc. The reason we wanted to do that was to ensure some sort of limit, but modifying entity by requiring a grouping, I think creates a potential better limitation because they have to work within an area.
So like expand the category, or the category of entities afforded legal personhood.
Yeah, functionally is kind of what I'm saying. So like there are lots of entities that exist. If you don't use the word category, you can, if it's a single entity, it can be a single river. But category definition, it's like group of things that share similar traits means lots of rivers.
Yeah, I'm scared of category could mean just two. Like Happy the elephant and a similarly situated elephant that has basically all the same characteristics like legal facts that are before them, etc.
I don't know how to fix that concern.
That's like, I feel like
So-
that's the same in other options we have that are not like.
Right, but then why add categories then? If it doesn't fix the problem.
Because they would at least have to have some solvency advocate that is not just happy.
My solution, I think, for that one is just, what if we said non-human animal species? Because then it's the entire species and not a one specific animal.
So if we're trying to use this as something that's in one that's not a list.
If it's not a list,
Species, you've carved out a lot.
if it's not a list, my concern with entities is that it's not modified. It just means legal existence, which can be anything and everything. So I'm kind of agreeing with Venki that if we use entities, it has to be modified, or entities is the word we use before a list. But to say expand the category of entities is just legally imprecise and not legal personhood explicitly. And I'm concerned about what those solvency advocates might entail. If that makes sense.
I'm not, I don't think that entities need to be modified, I just like wish that the card would fall down upon us that says like, here's what category of entities means. And using the, because the term is used a lot in literature to like describe the things that we're talking about, like, you know, ecosystems, animals, AI, but no one is like, the term category of entities equals this.
Yeah.
So there's no like T card for it.
Yeah, when I was searching the like closest I found was there was some people who said category of entities is distinct from a single entry. They're talking about computer coding, but it feels like
Yeah,
I don't know, a stretch.
So like, there's a card from some European outlaw journal that has the phrase, let us assume that we conclude that a category of entity should be granted legal personality with an accompanying set of rights and duties. We need to determine how we should configure legal personality of such entities. And then that's the same thing that uses the like e.g. Analytical systems, technological systems, but it's not, at no point in that article is it like, this is what I mean when I say category of entity.
I guess like my kind of question / thought is a lot of people have mentioned a desire for there to be something on the slate that's like real big. So what is that real big thing?
Like real big, like.
Because like my
lots
thought
of
of
apps
this
are
was
real
like,
big,
I was
like
trying to
that's a
create
big
some
thing.
idea of like, this would be pretty big, but at least like solvency advocates would have to be like, not just the Shenandoah River, like that is a key argument that could be made, but like.
When you say people want something real big, does that mean that the apps have to be big or the apps have to be?
No, like app has lots of things they can do, since there have been some concerns about that.
Why wouldn't plural entities solve for something like that? In terms of one?
Doesn't solve it with like two.
Do what? Sorry.
The point Anna raised about two elements.
What's wrong with it? Exclude one elephant pig. Devastating.
Is that one just like a mean elephant?
Yeah.
And for picking a broad res, we can include a broad res that allows you to pick two elephants.
Doesn't category,
So I have a, we're back to the thing, but Brandon, does your res allow for two elephants?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I know that your thing is like category of entities doesn't limit, so I do it.
Brandon, which one was that?
It's like the United States federal government should vest rights or duties in non-human entities not recognized by the United States as legal persons.
Okay.
So the second half of the res fills in the
Yeah, like my only desire was to try to avoid the word, like I was trying to flip what came first to avoid verbs like vest, like putting the entity stuff first, personhood is the object, but.
I think that was so different options this year, but I'm like a pro vest option making it better. I like vest. But in like doing a little bit more reading and, you know, like, I do think that res does write out the app from having to defend personhood, which it seems intentional, which is like chill, but so like the people who write the like personhood pick says like we can give things rights without using the language of personality, which it seems like that would be.
Which res option?
Theirs allows you to give rights without giving personality, which seems like truth's intention with the topic. So I'm not like mad at it, but I do feel more confident in the last hour of reading that their app, that their res no links the like person pick.
Yeah, I agree with my impression based on yesterday was that particularly Klarman and Young were worried about saying like personhood in the res for the reason that the neg would then have access to the like do the exact thing, just say it's not of personhood or under personhood. And so the intent of this was
Young said they didn't care.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But so
they will vote yes to any res.
Oh, okay. Wow. But so, the intent of this was to say you still have to confer a right or a duty, and it's to a non-human that's new in the sense that it's not a legal person, but it doesn't have to be under the status of personhood. The negative can still read evidence that says that what that does by effect is conferring personhood.
That definitely makes sense. I think like my desire is that we don't just have one broad option on the slate.
I'm definitely down for multiple broad options. Honestly, I have no influence.
We should, if y'all's broad option, the like net benefit is to avoid the personhood pick, I feel like there should be one that forces it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm with that. I would like for expand the category of entities afforded legal personhood to be an option, but I'm just like, we need we need more confidence in the category of entities. It's just like you have to defend a new thing and you have to defend a lot.
How do we feel about the other phrases that were sort of in that sort of broad sense, the non-rights bearing and the non-human entities? So no, D-Lo is sort of pushing for, did you say non-rights bearing earlier?
I think it has similar language issues, so I copy and paste that, US should. I think this is where we're unclear about expand or if legally needs to be put in there or category. But the rights of bearing entities recognize novel rights bearing entities.
Regard on novel?
Yeah.
I think a big novel issue that we had when it originally came up is what does it modify is very awkward.
It has to be novel to legal personhood, because otherwise a novel entity can be interpreted to mean something that is brand new yet not already existing. The intention is novel to people, like.
I think that, I mean, without the word like category, I think like a new corporation is a novel.
Absolutely. 100%.
Besides the earlier concern about non-human persons being the K-link, have I missed some other conversation we had about why not that phrase?
So one of the benefits of something like rights bearing entities is if you can attach something like new or novel or whatever, is that avoids that pick.
Is that it? Like, it's just, we don't want to use the word human, like, and non-human, like.
I thought the issue, and I could be misremembering, is that something being non-human does not mean that it doesn't have any rights right now. So it's not related to the uniqueness question that's being asked.
Well, so that's only in concern in a resolution that uses the word rights instead of legal personhood.
Well, if you said, for a legal personhood, I agree it wouldn't be an issue, but if you did anything where a legal personhood was modifying the thing being given, it's an issue. Because not all rights of legal personhood, just for example, are
That makes so much sense to me. It's just like, it seems like the non-human entity phrase is used a lot for legal personhood.
Yeah.
If that's the word that's being used in the rest. And if the only concern is that gives a team a K-link, like.
No, I think the
we're gonna
bigger,
get that anyway.
I think the bigger concern is then the rights has to say, like, grant personhood.
Legal personhood.
I mean, I guess that someone could be like, are we worried about the corporations can vote that? Like, are we supposed to limit that out? I don't know.
I mean, that's a question for the community, is like, what apps are you concerned about?
That is probably the app that has the best name, so.
Corporations to vote.
Yeah, I'm guessing that there would be better apps on like corporations should have more liabilities, but I don't know which ones they lack right now.
Yeah, me either.
And I don't know if we're gonna answer that question today.
Or tomorrow.
So.
So what is the broad sense of the resolution that is distinct from Michigan's version that we're sort of spinning our wheels on? So like, I guess there's the categories one, but we don't really have a definition of categories. Category of entities, I suppose. Is there another broad version that we're sort of looking at?
Something along the lines of recognizes as legal persons. So there's make, like Jackie mentioned, which is make increase the number of non-human entities, recognize as legal persons bearing legal rights. So, but more, so it's, well, force the personhood debate on the app as opposed to
Okay, so in our discussion of broad like our current conversation, we should have two versions of broad on the ballot, right? One, force the personhood debate, one avoids the personhood debate, let the community pick, but that should be the way that the broad is sort of brought up. So when we're looking at an alternative to the one that Michigan wrote or whatever else, we need to find one that forces the personhood debate.
Okay, when you're saying avoid and force, what do we mean by that? Like nobody has to put any of this shit in their plan. Like, what do we think we mean by avoiding and forcing?
Well, so if you require the app to recognize a new thing as a legal person, that means that you have to, endow them with some sense of personality. And there are law reviews that, like, I just read one about the river in India that's like, we could, give the river rights that enforce duties on humans without using this idea that the river is a deity that we have to respect. And so they explicitly say we can give the river rights without bestowing it personality.
I mean, I still feel like they get links. I mean, the Bryson card that I think they cited earlier was just like, if you give anything rights, it functionally becomes a legal person in that regard.
We kind of had this conversation yesterday, though. Mega's just gonna write the counterclaim to say, without granting personality, comma, or without granting personhood, comma, and then the point X.
Or
Something that they like give the right to something.
Yeah. But if the rights in of themselves automatically confers personality or personhood, which is what some of the app says.
Yeah, after
Then-
you just read the name cards that say, if you don't put it in the plan, you ipso facto are still a legal person because granting right and duty equals legal personhood. So if Meg reads that, it would just be like counter plan.
I thought that Bryson card thing was pretty good. I thought there was another article you were referring to earlier
or something. There was one other.
Yeah.
One particular.
But part of my point is it just feels like we have been diggering about this for so long with so little tangible, like it seems I am so much more concerned right now that like our definition of nature includes space. I am much more concerned right now that I don't know what most of these AI definitions freaking mean. Okay, like just seems to me like this, ooh, are we forcing the personhood link or not? Hey, it was in the topic paper. 99% of the apps are functionally, regardless of what the plan says, going to be bestowing characteristics that allow personhood, personality, person things, whatever. It just seems like we are wasting our time on this when there's a whole lot more that needs to be addressed. Like, also, we have, and I don't know, like we keep talking about broad, et cetera. We have a list of resolutions in this document. I went and numbered them just now so that we can actually start referring to them and know which one we're talking about instead of just like opaquely referring to Michigan's res and everybody guessing which one that is. By the way, 8 and 9 should be like A and B because they're functionally the same, just like different order. But we need to start moving toward figuring out what the rest of the words say and which of these are meaningful differences or not. I'm not saying we can't come back to personhood, but like, come on, people, whether or not personhood is part of the actual res or not as crucial probably as the other questions we need to start moving on.
Fair.
Does that mean we just wanna go down this list, identify things in each of them we agree, and things we think we need to have disagreement on?
That's a possible approach, because like I said, I feel like some of these overlaps may not have meaningful distinctions or could be sorted differently so that the conversation can proceed. Second, I also think we should split screen this damn Zoom so we can put the stuff up on the screen that we can all see what we're looking at the same time. And then also, grant over. I'm not saying we shouldn't pay attention to like when the chat happens, I'm saying.
Yeah.
Need some ability to, yeah, there we go.
You don't have to just like pop out the chat, right?
Yeah.
I'll pop in the chat.
You know what I mean, and like have it take up the whole screen?
Yeah, that makes more sense. Don't be so logical.
I'll need to work on
Sounds like.
So we could go through each of the I was planning on just going through the sort of object things that we have in the, like the Scratchpad res template one, where we talk about what we think we're referring to as AI, and what the better definition of that is, which I sort of think is probably the heart of it. We have a lot of things that we refer to as artifices, without much agreement on any of these things. I know Young said they would be here in about 6 minutes if they feel strongly think about narrow AI, or at least they did yesterday.
I've talked to Young about that. I'm happy to share some of the things he's told me if that's helpful.
Sure.
So for some of the stuff that Young has described about ANI and conversations, it's helpful because algorithm is not a well-defined term itself. It can mean like a couple lines of code, not necessarily autonomous or artificially intelligent. Artificially narrow intelligence has a nice limit because it gets rid of the more preposterous future technologies that people are worried about. That's the more super intelligent stuff. Narrow intelligence is a term I think Young found when looking more in the legal personhood areas of AI, so it's contextual to the literature. But I think the things we were looking at when we did this research together pre-meeting was ANI or the or algorithmic entity freezing, just because algorithm itself really not great.
It wasn't solved.
One more time, sorry.
Those apps solve. Like if you can only be AI as it currently is, not AI as it could be in the future, can you solve?
Yes, because ANI speaks to like algorithmic entities. It's not the like super intelligence that people are worried about creating. It's
Yeah,
the
but
like
I'm
AI that we
not
create.
regulating that though. The like super intelligence that everybody is worried about creating is by definition not included in the resolution.
This would be like more for if you're not doing a all AI app. It would be like create liability for these following kinds of ANI. Or like create X right for these.
I'm just confused how that solves anything. Like,
Truth says, for what it's worth, ANI personhood literature is nearly zero overlap with the hypothetical rights-only res. Basically, the ones that's rights of ANI nearly all start with the premise of AGI and sentience.
I think we're asking more about the duty side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how do you regulate or bring suit when incentive would be to over innovate? Well, actually, it might be the opposite. They would want to under innovate so that they're no longer liable.
it just seems not fleshed out by, like, to Drew's point, like, it seems not fleshed out as a distinction that is mirrored in any of the things that are related to the topic.
Or where the people, I feel like what the people want to debate AI with consciousness is the fun part of AI, and going with the way Google prioritizes its search engine does not sound like a awesome AF or AI version of the topic. And we sort of had that on the antitrust debate.
I think the intent behind ANI was that there were concerns about AI as a term being so under-limiting, it allows for like the silliest stuff in the world to be counted. So I think that was what the intent was behind it.
My concern is all the silliest stuff is huge alt pauses to the app if the app can only be AI.
I mean, I could be wrong, I don't know if Young is here, but I'm fairly certain that he would be fine with AI broadly if no one else objects, but I think he was under the impression that other people were gonna say that was too broad.
That doesn't.
Do we have any depth of AI?
Artificial intelligence is like an absence of fire. Anything that's not physical.
We have some, they're poorly sorted in the bottom of the.
Oh, I see, algorithm.
Who's afraid of a big digital topic? Like who wants that to be small? I think some of the goofy apps that you all are talking about are some of the things that young debaters like to research. Or honestly,
Yeah, you're not
lots of
wrong,
people.
but there's also small squads who don't want all of that to be tea. I don't wanna have to devote my limited teen research capacity to all the silly stuff. But I'm also not sure that the narrow stuff solves any of what anybody thought the impacts to this part of the topic were.
Yeah, Young is not currently back.
And you mentioned algorithmic entity. What does that include in relation to ANI or AGI?
I think algorithmic entity can include all of them. It's a little bit better than just algorithm itself because it speaks to the potential like capacities of that entity, of that technological thing. So it's better than just an algorithm,
So like
which,
hypothetically, it excludes the like random lines of code thing you were talking about. Yeah.
so that's the one I was liking more than ANI, just because I think that it is a little bit better than just the couple algorithms. And it seems like it would allow for the ASI and ANI if people wanted. I think, again, the intent was just to create like a bunch of balancing options.
For sure.
Which tech app do we think algorithm focus would exclude? Is that just like?
Autonomous, anything robotic. It's like an algorithm is like it's like coding. An algorithm doesn't entail necessarily robotics. It doesn't entail necessarily the like stuff that LP authors are talking about that cause problems, like the sentience issue, decision making. Like that's programmed into an algorithm, but it's more than that.
Is it potentially, I mean, I'm not really seeing any definitions of just like the word artificial intelligence. But is it possible that there's like a whole res style algorithm that teams could use to at least attempt to limit out those single line of code apps?
I mean, I thought that there's a couple pieces of evidence, it's just like AI is not a very well defined term.
Yeah, I'm asking if there's one that attempts to define it in any way.
Not that.
Okay. It's fine, I'll just Google it.
Do we have any of the SI like definition stuff?
We just, every time we use an acronym, write down what the acronym is. Like what's ANI, what's AGI?
ANI is artificially narrow intelligence, AGI is artificially general intelligence.
Okay. And then this, it isn't there right now, but it's come up with my thing. What is weak AI?
This is defined by the Bantinka card under compilation. It is, so I think weak AI goes with narrow AI.
It's weak AI, yeah, weak AI
It's not,
systems.
it's not the sentient self-operating, less self-operating, less powerful.
Just like a search on the Google machine, like it does seem like there maybe like if teams wanted to exclude the small AI app, there are definitions that appear to support like a whole res version of that prompt. I mean, that could be a pro or con depending on what you're trying to do. Like, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science, robot science, stats, blah, 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 that kind of speak to it as like a field as opposed to like a single line of code.
I think the one I dislike the most is AGI. AGI doesn't exist and isn't available. There's still questions as to whether or not AI could ever reach that capacity. That's the like super future one where everything is very speculative. While ANI is stuff like online shopping, targeted advertising, recommendation systems. It's a little more everyday. It's nice.
Automated decision.
That's like AGI, that's like strong AI, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather go the other way. I don't think I'd rather debate things that exist now for the AI component. I'd rather force the app to do the conscious AI, because I think that's the more interesting lit.
I mean, the neg then gets the big case neg of this shit is fake.
Right.
Which is like half of the data there is, which might be a decent.
But I think the neg to those apps or the apps are better than give personhood to Google's algorithm for searches or Amazon's like what we recommend for products, which is what narrow AI would be. And I don't think that's what the literature wants us. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's what the literature wants us talking about.
I think the
It seems
literature.
like it's about both, right?
Yeah.
Because like some of it is like there are gaps in the current system, like clearly that's it's implicitly talking about ANI. And then there are some people that are like, what if robots had brains? And then like,
yeah,
that's obviously like a part of it too. So like to pick one or the other seems like both a solvency problem and just like a smallness problem.
Has anyone looked into artificial intelligence entities, or AIE? I just did a Google search for it. There's at least some things, like there are some titles that sound promising, and it's possible that the addition of entities means that it's a little more demanding than just like anything related to a machine at all, but it would still presumably include both ANI and AGI, which addresses some of the solvency concerns.
You know, a lot of the resolutions are gonna have entities in it
That's true.
anyway.
That's true.
So like, I'd have to like think about how it would look, but arguably the inclusion of entities is the like for whom part could clarify that
Yeah,
the
maybe it means it
AI
already has to
must
be
be an entity.
Yeah.
We'll let Truth talk about that.
Yeah, this also gets back to, I don't know, we went here back, I was gonna say, this gets back to what apps did we think we were supposed to be debating here? People have mentioned cars. Cars falls under ANI according to one of these cards. Cards, rather. I don't know where innovate itself into patents comes, I don't know where that fits, I don't know, maybe Truth can say.
Yeah, that was when you were reading my mind, I feel like you have to start with what apps people think should be T and then like work backwards to match it to the AI, because the other way, you're gonna like exclude a lot of stuff that folks seem to want to think about.
Truth, did you want to talk about the AI stuff that you sent in the chat?
Oh yeah, sure. Wait, can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Okay. Yeah, so my preference would be to use a term that does not differentiate between narrow and general AI. My reason for this is, I mean, I can hear a lot of people are reacting to the whole, premise of the literature base with ANI personhood with some degree of scoffing. Like I think Nick was like, why would we give Google's AI personhood? And like, I think that reaction pretty much aligns with the literature base and is the reason why a lot of affirmatives that, would focus on trying to give very like algorithms that have very predictable outcomes liability, those would all be solved by the nearest person counterplan. Those apps are fundamentally not viable, and why most of the literature doesn't really talk about that stuff. The literature focuses instead on algorithms that operate very, very autonomously, or where the outcomes of the algorithm are unpredictable, because those are the cases where the answer to just make the developer of the algorithm liable are the best, because the developer of the algorithm doesn't necessarily know what the algorithm is going to do. So it's much more difficult to attribute whatever happens to actions that the developer took. So the more autonomy and the more complexity and the more unpredictability and the more generality that the algorithm has, the better the app has of an answer to the nearest person counterplane. The trade-off is the more you force general AI, the faker the whole discussion gets. I think I heard someone say that AGI doesn't exist yet, and that's true. That's a big weakness with these apps because the gradualism counterpoint is also quite good. Just like a lot of people's reaction to this is basically like, why are we talking about this now? We can just wait for AGI to show up and then have the discussion then. So the best apps are kind of in this middle ground where we're developing new technologies that are kind of on the cusp of invention, such as autonomous cars, autonomous weapons, AI that is capable of doing inventions, such as there's a thing called DABUS, which is what the main controversy in that area is about, as well as the broader AI liability cards, like the Lie article, which is about AI tort reform. And so all of that stuff kind of sits in this middle ground. It's technically ANI, but it's reaching a sufficient level of autonomy where considerations of autonomy and unpredictability make it potentially necessary to reform how liability works. The whole rights discussion doesn't really kick in for ANI at all, which is a thing that I mentioned earlier, except arguably with inventorship, if you think of ability to register a patent as a right.
What's your 2AC truth to algorithm is too under limiting, and it like creates the single line of code app?
Well, the single line of code app has no answer to the nearest person premise. Like if you write a line of, it's like, you're right. Theoretically, someone could say a line of code that adds two numbers together is now the thing that is liable for the consequences of adding those two numbers together. The problem is that's nonsense, because why would you do that? The developer clearly intended the algorithm to add the two lines of, to add the two numbers together. So whatever the consequences are clearly traceable to the developer. Right, so you don't need to create independent liability for the algorithm, which is why I kind of think it's question begging to put these terms requiring autonomy and independence and intelligence into the topic itself, because all of those premises are the counterplane solvency debate. Like, is the action attributable to the developer? Is a debate about the extent to which the algorithm is autonomous or is independent or is sufficiently complex that you cannot predict what the outcome of it is going to be. Do you see what I mean? So like, it would make no sense to write an app about a single line of code. It would lose instantly to, you've opened the door, you've cracked open the doors for no reason. You could just make the developer liable for that action. And like, also, by the way, the dissed to all of this stuff is also really good too. Like, I mentioned autonomous weapon personhood, but like the argument for that being just completely disastrous and like a complete misalignment of incentives is, it's overwhelming. Like we obviously don't want the developers of autonomous weapons to be able to say like, oh, I'm not at fault because my weapon system killed all those civilians. The robot just wanted to do it, so it's like not my problem. That's obviously terrible, and that would be a context in which strict liability would make way more sense. And the people saying the same thing is true about autonomous cars, and the same thing is true about other algorithms that govern systems that are capable of inflicting a bunch of harm. A lot of them say like we need to hold the developers liable, so they are incentivized to create guardrails around the system so they don't do a bunch of damage. So like the 2NR of just like, you've cracked open the door to this new framework of liability that makes stuff way worse, and you did it for no reason. I feel like it's pretty good.
Okay, so come back to the term then.
So, Truth, your recommended term is algorithm? Just double check it because we were.
Sorry, you broke up for a second. Yeah, my recommendation was algorithm or something kind of equivalently general. I think Brandon had said he wants technology. That's not one that I've vetted. Yeah, algorithm is very broad. Like it arguably isn't even technological. Like theoretically, any set of sequenced steps could be an algorithm, or like a set of rules that you need to follow. Like a recipe is technically an algorithm under the broadest possible interpretation. So the limitation would not be from the object, right? The limitation is that the mechanism for regulating what happens with that entity is extremely, extremely suboptimal and only makes sense in a very narrow set of circumstances.
Can I ask a definitely dumb question? Like, is all AI an algorithm?
Yes. So the there is a difference between kind of what kind of algorithm it is. So normally at the very simple level with a single line of code example, your algorithm would be, entirely created by the developer. The developer would write all of the instructions and the computer program would execute those instructions repeatedly. With an AI, depending on the methodology with which the AI is developed, the algorithm that's written by the developer could be not the final instructions that are followed, but the process that the AI uses for self-improvement, right? So a lot of the literature uses things like machine learning algorithms. And what that's talking about is that's the step-by-step process with which the AI takes its internal program, like whatever it is, whether it's a neural network or some other thing, compares that with external data, and then uses that external data to refine what its internal step-by-step process is, right? So it's all an algorithm. The developer writes different parts of that algorithm depending on kind of what level of AI we're talking about. An artificial general intelligence is just a very, very general, machine learning algorithm, basically, where we've trained the AI to take in external data and then they use a particular step-by-step process to improve their own internal program. AGI just means the result of that process is applicable to a very wide variety of situations. So it's not doing a.
What do you think about machine learning algorithms? Like the card even that you have in here for algorithms says like algorithm is like this big thing, but then like within that there's like machine learning algorithms.
That could be fine. So yeah, I don't know. It's like my general impulse with all of this stuff is like, as I looked into a variety of the terms like AI, like ANI, like AGI, all of them just seemed like they, are embedding within the resolution needlessly the debate that is the whole counterplane solvency question anyway. Machine learning is a term that I did not vet. My gut reaction is it might imply a specific limitation to like particular types of algorithms that self-improve. So like there might be other kinds of AIs that do not rely on machine learning as their mechanism for self-improvement. An example that jumps to mind would be like, I read one really speculative article about like consciousness uploading, and that's arguably an artificial intelligence that does not rely on machine learning to develop the final algorithm because you're just like copying someone's brain onto the cloud or whatever. That's the only, I didn't vet the term machine learning though, so I don't really know what the effect of including that would be.
Algorithms mean algorithms. Like not to like algorithms mean things that are not artificial intelligence, so you need a modifier of some sort.
Well, the word entity is a part of it.
Okay, so that
Algorithmic entities.
Okay, I see.
That's been my favorite.
Yeah, that makes more sense, because I was confused when he was like just algorithms, I was like, well.
Yeah, I was like, why would we use algorithms over AI or any other version?
A term that appears often is technological systems. Is that like just too broad? Is that the objection? Okay.
But like, my thing is like, what's the harm? Like if the app stands up and is like a catapult is a technological system, so a catapult should get legal personhood. The neg basically automatically wins on like why the person shooting the catapult should be the one who's liable plus any disad. Like, so I don't know, like a lot of these breadth questions, I get that they're concerning in the abstract. It's just like the things that we're expanding them to include are just fundamentally implausible as things that we could grant legal personhood to because they lack properties that would make that a useful designation to create. So like why, I don't know. I'm just not that worried about those things.
I think one of the reasons why you use a phrase that's different than algorithms is just easier to explain to somebody who's first coming in like a novice. Like if you're giving personhood to an algorithm, then you're gonna have lots of confused faces.
Well, algorithmic entity is fine. I was just talking about algorithm as a STEM, but you're saying that's a reason to choose AI instead?
Well, I was just curious as to why algorithm over AI or artificial intelligence.
Well, I mean, I would make the case that even if you say to a room of novices, like we're giving personhood to AI, the type of thing that they would imagine when you say that is going to be equally misleading.
But it is more in the direction of like the AI that you sort of think about, like the futuristic AI that your authors would still talk about, but it also is not as misleading as just like algorithms.
Well, algorithms isn't misleading. Like algorithms, you can just say the definition and tell them like this is a computer program and that's kind of what we're talking about. The problem with invoking like this image of artificial intelligence as the futuristic thing that we normally think about is that most of the controversy in current legal scholarship is not about artificial general intelligence because, as someone said, it doesn't exist now.
Sounds like we narrowed it down to two options, AI or algorithmic entity.
No, that's a suggested narrowing.
I'm still kind of intrigued by machine learning algorithms. The FAE part that is listed under algorithm is actually, in my opinion, more of a definition of machine learning algorithm.
Or just called?
Okay, so I'm in the compilation doc,
Okay.
in the AI area, algorithm, and then in the F6 header, algorithm, and the author is FAE, F-E-Y.
My straw poll of CS majors in the room with me suggests that machine learning algorithm is fine, but that's all.
The computer science majors.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's where we're on.
From a liability perspective too, I think it makes the most sense because the other categories of AI that are like self-aware, like the people who run them already have liability when they go fucked.
Yeah.
Like, so it's the
Super
conversation in the lit about where to place liability is because corporations can just be like, oh, like,
The
I
military,
didn't
like,
mean for
itself,
that
yeah.
to happen, it figured it out on its own, like.
that's what the military wants. The military is really pro giving liability to some of their weaponry, so they don't have to be liable for civilian deaths.
Another word for machine learning also is self-aware,
And I think
technology.
that
Yeah,
sounds like
that's
a
us
higher
too,
level
yeah.
of, yeah,
That's the consciousness episode.
Mhm.
that sounds closer to AGI, based on what I learned from the lesson.
But I do think like most of the apps seem like they actually are AGI, but no one's really said what the apps they want are. But to me, like the controversies are things that you cannot sue a corporation for, that a corporation can shift liability onto, which is all self-learning. Like, like an example is like an AI does insider trading. They like learn how to do stuff. So like the corporation would be like, you can't sue us for that, you have to sue our AI, right? So that's all like AGI, in my opinion. Because otherwise you could just sue the company that developed, like you can right now.
Well, one thing is, I think this was talked about yesterday. I'm not sure. I wasn't listening super carefully to the whole day, but a big part of the a big part of the mechanism discussion for how to make these limited AIs liable is like, so obviously the AIs, most of them anyway, that we're thinking about don't have money with which to pay damages, and so a lot of the money ends up still coming out of the corporation's pocket. One proposal is liability insurance that's required. So like if you develop an AI that's sufficiently autonomous, you have to pay for liability insurance for it. Another proposal is like you have to, well, you could self-insure it. So like, make your own risk pool, or like you could have other like conventional insurance companies develop new insurance products to cover this kind of thing. That's one.
Topical under your thing is like we should confer personhood, but why isn't that the neg counterplan is to do liability insurance?
Well, so the reason for the reason why the personhood component is important is because the point of that is to solve causality problem, right? So like if the only entity that's legally recognized as like a thing that can carry rights and liabilities is the corporation or the developer, then in order to have a case, like in order to win that somebody who is legally cognizable and legally capable of having liabilities has damaged you, you have to prove that the corporation did it. The corporation or the developer did it. The developer could have foreseen that they did it. They have to or depending on what the standard for the particular tort is, it could be negligence, it could be strict liability, but like you have to demonstrate that the person you're suing has caused the problem. If you're suing the AI, then it's enough to demonstrate that the AI caused the problem, which is much easier. And then the idea is the incentives are properly aligned because you're not like nuking the developer from orbit for every time the AI screws up like you would with strict liability, but you're still causing them to internalize part of the costs by forcing them to buy an insurance product to cover this kind of liability. So I don't know, that's at least the argument from the app side. And then the answer to the counterplan to just have the corporation develop or have the corporation insure their thing would be that there are many cases where liability should be triggered that wouldn't be by that arrangement because you cannot trace fault to the developer or to the corporation.
Like thinking about that for all the time. Yeah, I really need to look at that. I think sick in for the group.
So it sounds like we still have a couple phrases to vet for what we want to use for AI. Whether it's AI algorithmic entities, the machine learning algorithms.
How does algorithmic entity, like what? The resolution says like, do all this for algorithmic entities that are non-human entities or just in the United States with the United States as per the United States?
US/USMG.
Sorry.
I don't think any of the reses that are lists include so far, or at least maybe there's a couple on here, but I think several of them did not include non-human in the initial stem because it's covered by what the list is.
It includes the word entity. Because you need another noun for them.
There's a limit to only one entity in the list. And I use the word entities twice in this.
So what are the AI phrases that we're still working
I
with?
think the other phrases were just AI writ large. So if you want one that does not include entities,
Machine learning
algorithms and AI.
Autonomous machines. It's like the last header under AI area algorithm.
I think machines maybe is like, it feels very like a physical item.
Yeah, machines feels like what you're using in your workshop.
A quick trip to Google. Autonomous machines use AI, they are probably not like, you know what I mean, like they're powered by whatever algorithmic force.
I mean, there is an article that says from Norman's autonomous machine learning algorithm, so
Yeah.
that's the first, like, I think it still includes it.
Like, what would the AI be doing without a machine? Like, doesn't it have to be a machine?
Stocks.
Could be insider trading.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like the insider trading example, or like publications, that's like another area. There's like medical AI device, or like medical AI systems, like heck. They all involve a computer, but it's not like an external machine, so like cars, drones, well, I think those are all examples of autonomous machine. That's, yeah. That's my understanding.
One kind of AI that's already common is AI that like generates images. So there's a copyright discussion, which is like if an AI generates a picture, and we're talking about this is just like a program that like runs on your computer. Like if you have a graphics card, you could download one today that just like creates art from scratch, basically. And the question is like, should they get to copyright stuff? And if that AI commits copyright infringement, is there a problem, or can someone be sued about that? So that's not really a machine because it's just like a program that runs on your existing stuff.
So the thing about autonomous machines is that doesn't that exclude a lot of liability apps related to the ways that algorithms are implemented, but it's not necessarily based on certain hardware? Like autonomous machines make sense with like self-driving cars, but I've seen a lot of stuff with, you know, like bias algorithms causing economic harms. And those are not necessarily like a machine doing something. It's that corporations are implementing algorithms that create harms that needs to be then liable. So I feel like it doesn't really comport well with some of the liability literature in terms of the advantages that they're discussing.
Wouldn't the app just use the like subset of autonomous machine lit that's about autonomous machine learning systems? Like, would that be under that header?
Yeah, then I think,
That's the algorithmic side of it.
right, I mean, I think then algorithm or something that implies it's like machine learning or something, I think it's more precise term for what we want to grant personhood to. Because like what makes machines like autonomous is the algorithm that gives the capability to do so. So for me, it sounds like algorithm is the more, whatever we're gonna call that, I think is more like a relevant legal controversy than the machines.
Yeah, like I think machine learning algorithm is fine, but I wouldn't put autonomous machine learning algorithm because that gets back to the question banking issue I was talking about earlier. Like the autonomous part is your nearest person counterpoint answer. So topically requiring autonomy would like you don't need to do that because the question of autonomy is undecided. It's like the whole controversy that is posed by this part of the topic is like what should we consider autonomy? So it's like weird to require that in the topic, and that debate is better accessed by having the app say this algorithm is too autonomous for the nearest person to, you know, appropriately align the incentives.
But it's AI algorithm, machine learning algorithm.
ML, like machine learning, is also used with the nouns applications, methods, and models. So like machine learning, there's a lot of articles that seem to say like machine learning and AI are different but complementary. And then others say it's a subset, like there's some kind of confusion that I'm seeing while looking. But then the people that talk about ML as a discipline use the other nouns.
So it definitely seems like this is a tonight research assignment, is to sort through what we want to use.
Is the concept here just we're looking for the broadest term possible because we're looking for counterfeit answers, and this is not supposed to serve any limiting function? Like that's how I'm interpreting what Drew is saying. It's like the only limiter is the like functional limiter. We're not looking for a term to limit. Because if so, it seems like AI is just like the term that's used in a bunch of solvency cards. But I don't know what we're trying to limit out. Because like I agree with the headache of like every time we describe one of these terms, it's so vacuous what it's getting rid of that I don't get why we're looking for a limited one.
I would like a term that just like means something. Like I just want to avoid artificial intelligence because of the amount of articles that are just like this doesn't actually mean anything.
Well, so I kind of disagree with that. So I think the issue is not that, like, it's a little bit weird with AI because the issue is that there are a lot of people defining AI. It's just that there's not a universally accepted definition of AI. So I do think that AI is a good term insofar as a lot of people are defining in XYZ way. But the article that I posted the link on Slack kind of talks about it, that there are kind of minute distinctions. It matters. It's different for a particular area that you're talking about. So I feel like AI still is a good term. Just a question of, you know, just making.
If it's specific to what you're talking about, isn't that just like 2AC 1 to any attempt to carve out a meaning to AI in a T debate?
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I was asking is because it seems like the point that Trick was making is that we don't want to limit this term. It's like, the concept of this area is that it ought to be unlimited because we don't know anything about technology. And there are these counterclaims that solve that. And like, while I would want to limit and be in case data as much as the next person, that's just like not what we're talking about. And like, I'm not saying I'm a fan of that, but it's just like, that seems where this conversation is moving, so I don't understand what we're looking for in a term. Like, I'm happy to vet
Is
the
there a
term.
world where we have different area res options where like one is like, this is a really big term for these areas, and the other that's like, we've taken each of those areas and the big one and made them smaller?
Yeah, so then like, well, I guess this might go back to like which are the apps we're trying to include, because all of the apps solvency first just say AI. At least the ones that are in the compile doc.
I mean, based on what
mentorship
Young said
parts.
though, it's like in the context of what you're trying to do, right? So like if we're trying to give suits for a specific thing AI does, that would be the thing that would get listed based on the apps that we've found.
So is there a solvency code that currently uses the term that's not AI?
What are the apps?
Like the one that we have is this inventorship one. It exclusively uses the language of the AI.
Okay, so that one's in.
I'm just trying to understand.
No, I'm saying again, we need to figure out what apps it is that we want, that we're worried about excluding if we do change the term, and nobody's answered that question.
It's like Truth and Young seem to
Other
be the
than
two
this.
who have the most, like, is there a solvency card for an app that either you all have seen that uses a term that's not AI? Or I guess like anyone, has anyone seen a solvency card for an app that doesn't say AI?
It's not artifactual entities.
Like AI is definitely the catch-all term. I don't know that people would like. I think we should approach it from the opposite direction of like there's a clear list of the kinds of things that people are concerned about with respect to this general area of like autonomous algorithms. We have the nebulous concern about superintelligence. There is its rights and there is its liabilities, which has to do with punishing it with crimes and making it able to be like the target of a tort suit. Then there is the narrower stuff. That stuff is not about rights. That stuff is about liabilities. And it is about if the algorithms injure people in a variety of ways, how do we make it so that is more redressable? And the unifying mechanism that this topic would require is the ability to identify the AI and attribute harms to it, and that be a sufficient condition for there to be a tort case. So that's kind of the unifying stuff. If we want to find a limiting term, we should approach this from the standpoint of the stuff that I just said, what do we not want? And if there's a clear answer to that, then we can have a conversation about that. But like, I think it would be backwards to start this from the premise of like, here is a list of particular apps and we should try to include those. And you know, ANI would exclude the nebulous superintelligence area, which would create a limit. I don't think it makes as much conceptual sense to do that, because why would you give ANI personhood, but you know, by the same logic, not give AGI personhood? And so part of the case for limiting it with ANI would be, well, the F could still read a superintelligence advantage. They would just have to read spillover cards, and then the neg has a better spillover DA. But then we're just having the same debate, just with extra internal link cards. So what's the point? Is my reaction to that. But you know, I haven't heard another specific thing for just like, here is an app that we should try to exclude for some reason.
Just limit it to AGI, like limit out all of the small ANI apps that are about a single line of algorithmic stuff that exists now, because I know that there's like a fear of super intelligence, but it seems like all of the things we've all described fall into AGI and not ANI.
The two biggest disadvantages to that are what Drew was saying about the gradual zone plan, which is like, why do AGI now when there is no AGI? And then like to Adrian's question, I kind of want there to be ANIs. Like when I just sort of like peruse the section of the like AI file, and it's like there are liability gaps that exist in autonomous vehicles, and it's going to guide the future development of AI.
And all of that is ANI?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, if all
But aren't
that,
the autonomous vehicles AGI? Like what, like where they're getting to be?
No, they're not. They're ANI because they are solving the one problem of driving on roads.
But once they start to think for themselves,
So I think,
Then they become AGI, but that is not happening. Well, it depends on what you mean for think for themselves. So like if what you're talking about is like self-awareness that leads to general capacity for problem solving, that's AGI. But like,
well, isn't one of the things that's talked about with self-driving cars is the decision of like
Right.
whether or not to kill the passenger?
well, but it's still, that's all solving the narrow task of like where to turn the steering wheel and like whether to apply the brakes or whether to press on the gas. Like that is the only output variable that like a Tesla self-driving car can manipulate. So that's not AGI.
So I think the distinction is not that like ANI is non-autonomous and AGI is autonomous. So AGI is more like, so ANI is algorithm that's implemented for particular problem solving. So it could be autonomous for solving a particular task, but AGI is like when algorithm can like literally do everything, not particular task directed, can do every function without input from human from any other external factors. So I think that is a distinction. And I feel like that's part of the reason why I think that ANI still captures discussions about the autonomy, because there's still element of autonomy. It's just a question of like, you know, algorithms applied in a particular context and has to be liable because of XYZ. I think it still facilitates all of those discussions.
To me, there are downsides to ANI and AGI for the app strategically. But that's a reason to include both and not exclude both and have debates about them. Like, is it better to regulate the things that exist now in order to like spill over and affect something in the future? Or is it better to like go whole hog and regulate the thing that is gonna occur in the future and let like the next closest counter plan deal with what's happening now? And like, those all seem like good debate. Well, the best we can hope for.
Yeah, requiring the app to be AGI, like at bottom, what we're talking about is like, if the topic is AGI only, then this area is science fiction. And maybe that's fine, but like what we're talking about is it does not exist. It's speculation about stuff that may or may not come in the future. And to the extent that people were worried about just like, is the tech area just like sci-fi nonsense that nobody cares about? That's the AGI version. The ANI version is like stuff that exists and stuff that like way more real people are talking about and are, you know, disagreeing about.
I'm gonna propose a 10-minute break so people can sort of.
Like one second before the break.
Sure.
True, how does the app beat the nearest person to counterplan?
Well, all of the app advocates in this area are starting from the premise of what about the nearest person counterplan? Like the premise of everything that tries to say there needs to be a legal entity that doesn't exist is that there is either some interest or there is some source of harm that is not attributable to a person that is already a person within the legal system. So from the rights standpoint, that's pretty clear, right? So if we're talking about AGI rights, like if the clearest example from the rights standpoint for me was like the whole brain uploading thing. Like hypothetically, if you died and your brain was uploaded, you know, you should be able to own your brain, or like the scientist should not just like have a simulation of you that is like their property, you know? And so that's like an autonomous source of interest that is not captured by anyone else because it's the interests of the like brain representation or that AI or whatever. From the liabilities direction, it's the same thing. Is the harm attributable to actions that the developer took? You know, the NAG authors would say yes, because the developer wrote the AI, and even if they didn't anticipate the particular breakdown, that's a thing that we should solve with strict liability, because, you know, if the developer, you know, caused the AI to come into being, then it's their fault, or through negligence, you know, you can demonstrate that there were reasonable precautions that the developer should have taken to solve this problem that they didn't take, and therefore it's the developer's fault. The app people are like, no, it's not the developer's fault. You're over restricting and over chilling AI research because you're making developers liable for stuff they can't possibly control, you're preventing AGI from being developed because nobody would ever develop a very autonomous algorithm if they're liable potentially for what the algorithm does. So it's all kind of about, are there interests or harms that are stemming from places that are not represented from either the rights or the liability standpoint, and does that align incentives properly to keep it the same, or do we need to create some new source of incentives or some new lever that we can pull?
The power of the next closest counterplan seems like an art for protecting the app by picking a broader term and letting the app figure it out. Okay. All right, great.
All right.
Good talk.
We'll be back about 3:50. Okay, we want to talk about nature first. And what we think may or may not be a new version of nature, if there is one.
What is a version of nature that doesn't include space and weather?
So I think that there are people who say, one of the right of nature cards says that it is Earth and all of her ecosystems from the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature. So there are cards that say that, but I don't think it's like necessarily consensus.
Do we want the app to give version to things outside the United States?
Sure.
Sure.
Rather than saying the author, I just slacked it because there are 1,000 cards by that author in the file.
So when you ask that question, thank you, do you mean like, are we now assigning personhood to ecosystems and rivers and stuff outside the US?
Well, no, it seems that there's a concern that we want to exclude space, and it seems like if we just said ecosystems of the United States, that could exclude space. Terrestrial ecosystems could exclude space, but doesn't limit it to things in the United States. So I don't know if there's like some app about like the US recognizing the Ganges River and that it's good for India or something, I don't know. But like, do we want to do that? Do we not want to do that? It's like, again, it's vibes over here, so I'm just trying to see what other people want, because I feel good about what we're gonna say.
I think as far as the space version works, I think Klarman's initial one of rights of nature means ecosystems living on the earth versus nature writ large. So like rights of nature sort of is at least more limiting than nature based on the same definition. Because it's like the other definition of the same people that's just like nature is everything that's natural. But the first one that Klarman said is rights of nature is defined as earth things. Which might be a reason why the rights of nature at least has a T argument for excluding space things.
How does the word rights of nature fit into it? So we're gonna say the US should best grant legal rights under duties to rights of nature? What, I still can't read the deliberation of tiny handwriting.
I think it's the first one, so the rights to, and then you have the list, and so rights to nature is a definable term, or rights to animals is a definable term of art.
So number one, where do you put the phrase rights of nature? Where the word nature is?
Yeah, I think what we're saying is the stem has rights, and then you say that it makes sense to define nature as rights to / of nature. They're usually defined synonymously because of what's modifying it beforehand. So you say that our rights of nature card is more precise than their nature card because it assumes the rest of the living.
So we're taking a term of art, rights of nature, and splitting it up into two different parts of the resolution and assuming that it will only mean the term of art.
Not that it
what I'm
will,
hearing?
not that it will only mean the term of art, but that the negative could make a T argument that the term of art is preferable.
That will ever win a debate.
Yeah. Yes, I think that it will ever win a debate, I would say 100%.
Yeah, I think it would debate. I don't know how many debates it would, but it wins
We
some.
would not use it as a term literally. You can be R and capitalized, is that how we do it?
Well, the RON people do not always capitalize RON, or like the rights or the nature part, which means that it does not have to be capitalized in either form for it to be the term.
If it's not going to be capitalized, I at least think that's your job. I don't understand how you split up a term of art and then say the neg wins as a term of art.
I mean, nature's automatically gonna be capitalized because it's the first, it's the list, right? No. Okay, fair.
I found some definitions of ecological entities. If that is helpful, I put them in the Dropbox. It's more of a, I think it's a bit more tailored. like, I think it would exclude space because it's like the, environmental areas or species where organisms live.
I was also doing similar research and I found a definition for two things, natural objects, which was not a good path to get on the res, and environmental objects, which was a clearer definition, that lists examples of environmental objects and says that air is included, but does not include things like space on a list.
These are in the Dropbox or open objects and environmental objects.
It does kind of raise the like too many nouns problem. So like entity, object, entity.
Well, only raised the entity problem in res is that say entity. It's not a problem in the rights-based res, but
In the ones that say entities, do you have to put entities down twice? Algorithmic? Following entities, algorithmic? Following entities, ecosystem?
I'm not a grammar person, so I'm the worst person to ask about that.
I trust you.
It would have to be 3 different adjectives, right? So like if you said to natural, comma, non-human, animal, comma, and or algorithmic entities, that would work in my mind.
Just entities within the area of.
Entities within the area of nature, and within the area of nature, comma, non-human animal species, comma, artificial intelligence.
Down somewhere, I'm having trouble tracking.
This, I'm looking at the Google Doc, that's like
Yes.
following entities, so.
Based on the evidence we have, is there something that is excluded or included if we use nature or ecosystem? Or is that just complete overlap?
For
Arguably, ecosystem is bound by like a geographic region.
Okay.
Whereas nature could be.
And could you argue ecosystem requires like you to fuck with all the things that collaborate together?
it's like,
to form
in
it?
my mind, ecosystem would look like apps like Chesapeake Bay. Here's the Florida app. Here's the like X location app. Nature could look like all trees, no matter where they are, or all trees within the United States, no matter where they are.
Not included.
So nature could be that as well. Nature is more inclusive of that in my mind. It's just that ecosystem is no tree, all trees, no X animal. It has to be the
Well,
geographic
It could be all US trees.
for ecosystem.
Yeah, so like if the US recognized, because then
It
we consider
entails
the-
more than that though.
But when the app consider the whole US as an ecosystem, I don't think anybody's gonna limit their
It's
ecosystem
the-
recognition to the US. I think it's
No
the
one
world.
defines the whole US as an
Yeah.
ecosystem because the US is made up of different ecosystems.
Do you think outside of the nearest person issues, this is also an area where if you're talking about a single tree, how could you possibly beat the single state counterpart?
Well, I don't think that's the app. The app I think could be like all trees.
Yeah.
It's a question of like how you define nature. It's either the natural entities of like a species, or it's defined by a geographic location.
Yeah, I was just saying that's just like the fact that nature is a little bit broader here seems useful because no
Oh, I
app
see.
wants to just talk about an ecosystem in 1, 2, or even 3 states, because like if United States means the 50 states, like you're kind of doomed. You want to be able to do a little more stuff.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question like ecological activity seems to include humans? Does it? I mean, am I like,
I think so.
Is there a card you're looking at?
the like
Think so.
afternoon
They
nap
did.
called object dash environmental objects plus entities?
Individual populations.
Non-human ecological.
Does that exist in the Anthropocene? I mean, is that the argument? We've affected all ecosystems? There's no ecosystem that is separate from human.
He's not really-
There's a legal standard that they are set.
An artifice, would you say?
Okay, one thing to like about non-human ecological entities, which has some things, it does spec that it includes species, so it would obviate the need to have like a separate thing on the list where everyone dealt with species.
The nature cards also all say species. Not all of them, sorry, a lot of them say
Then
species.
what are the disats to nature, I guess? Like, is it literally just like we don't want a data space app? Or are there other apps we don't want? Because I'm getting closer to the opinion of like, neg's gonna be okay.
And the next builder people write about the word nature.
Because like nature has a definition, right? We're just like, it's a kind of big one.
But yeah, like, right of nature, whole or part of ecosystems or species is like a pretty common definition.
It does seem like the biggest dissent to nature is space, right?
Yeah.
If we
Or
know that
advantage.
it's predictable,
But-
like, case name.
But I don't even necessarily know that ecological entities gets rid of the space question. Isn't
You would
Mars
have to
ecological
put-
entity?
You would have to specify terrestrial, get rid of space.
Right, so then you're adding a bunch of words to,
Well, terrestrial's wrong.
Like in order to limit
Well, it
these
depends
out,
on
we
how
would
much
create
light
like-
there is.
It's about
It depends on how much light there is in space, right?
no, well, I mean, in the
Maybe I'm a
ecological
space
entity could be a rock, right?
No, because it's a biophysical environment where organisms live or occur.
Yeah, like a mountain.
That's right, think like a mountain, that's right.
Thank you, wakes up.
What about earthly nature? It wouldn't be like a defined phrase, but. So the adjective earthly on or.
Oh, I mean, it could be like nature on Earth.
So
What if
Are
you
we
just,
not worried about this?
Maybe we have to like back up, like, who here is like really concerned about, like, are we like a solution search of a problem, or are there people that are like pretty worried about the space app?
I mean, I think the concern is that people don't know what the space app is to know whether or not it's a concern.
But I'm saying, like,
I mean, it is definitely
are
one of
you
Yeah.
that person?
in my mind,
The
it's like.
Mars personhood is definitely one.
Like,
Mars is one page. I think Moon is one because they don't want to
I'm
like.
not asking what the app is, I'm saying, is anyone concerned about the space app?
They were.
I think a broad topic with this perhaps is that.
Okay, yeah.
An argument.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm not making a value statement, I'm just trying to understand, like, is there a constituency that doesn't want the space app? Or are we like, it's just, okay,
No, like the space app.
okay.
I don't know how we're gonna limit it out, but I am concerned that that's a whole different set of ground that I have to have my novices learn about, / my limited small squad and other small squads, have to research and devote attention to.
But I do feel like there's a lot of things that we could just, if we think that nature includes animals, you could have a smaller non-list version of the res that would just be, you guys should grant legal rights to nature. If we think nature encompasses a bunch of things, that's your small list, it includes space, it avoids the AI thing. So like if you're worried about writing the AI resolution, a resolution that excludes the AI, because that's what you want to do, or at least that's one of the things that got added. That would be a resolution that I think is simplistic and still gives some flexibility for if we think that the res ends up being too small.
Why not ecosystems in the United States?
Because I don't think anybody writes about it. Like none of the big anthro apps are gonna want to be limited to just ecosystems in the United States.
Well, I agree with that, but it seems like people gotta make compromises. We're worried about novices and research, so I'm just trying to throw out.
Are we always gonna tack on like in the United States to what we're doing here?
We were only doing that in the non-list version, I thought.
The non-list
Also
version,
eliminating, like as long as we're just like thinking of things, like it also eliminates the like app that like grants legal personhood to some like foreign entity or foreign AI, which seems like, you know.
But if you create personhood to a foreign AI, I think there's, the neg is okay there. The same links to granting it to an AI in the US. Like, I don't know what the advantage is for why the app would just recognize a foreign AI, but not AI writ large.
I can't understand why the apps would recognize the moon, but not the earth.
Cause stop drill baby drill on the moon, I don't know.
If it's just space.
I haven't read that lit.
That's what I'm saying, like, nobody, like, what's that?
If it's just space to have nature in the US. Like, I feel like ecosystem / ecology kind of complicates some of the apps we've identified that might want to get read, like, reversed throughout the US, but nature in the US does not. But then no space app.
Sorry to interrupt, would it be possible to add in the US to the nature and then leave the, like, nature in the US, comma AI, comma.
Yeah, I think that,
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's,
Okay.
But the,
It seems.
but the
it
problem is
seems
the
like
animals
for,
have
like,
Animals can be elsewhere apparently.
okay, let's be realistic about the anthro app, like. They're not gonna solve international anthro, even if it doesn't say in the US. They're gonna give out more than what the plan is, anyway, to try and solve, so like.
if the anthro app is about granting rights to nature, I think those apps.
Yeah, but what Carly
They
said
solve,
is
they
you
can only
can't,
solve in the United States,
you
let the practice.
can't make animals
No, there's-
outside of the US insusceptible of being owned,
there's-
even if you acknowledge
there-
the right to.
There's actually decent spillover of like the evidence that says that Ecuador.
Why doing it in the US?
So if there's, yeah, it seems like you still need to go over.
I will say.
It just seems like you're adding words for. The only, right now, the only like international app that I can think of that, and again, my imagination is limited, is like the make drones liable for killing people.
Well, I think all AI apps might be international because I don't know if AI is
well, the
literally
drone
based
was
in the US.
birthed in the US, so we don't even.
We birthed it. Hell yeah.
It might be used internationally.
Sure.
It's like, I have seen people who write about AI writing that like, if law was restrained to the US, they would just move it somewhere else because it doesn't need to physically be where it's operating.
Yeah, the leakage thing though, like that happened, like, you can only be what we are, like, it can only affect the US anyway, you know? So like, why not just say like the US and then we give it space and that's it?
You just don't know the space. I mean, I guess for novices, but I don't know what the space app does. It's super scary.
If you consider Mars a deity, it
Who cares
seems.
about the unknown?
Yeah,
Mars,
Can we get a
it's like
idea?
the LEO GEO, so satellites in my mind, moon, Mars, asteroids.
I'm
We
doxing
had a
an
whole
LEO.
topic, it was a whole topic,
Right,
we're asking, we're
I can 100% tell you those
I've not
cards
seen
exist.
personhood for LEO or EO.
For Mars and moon and not mining and stuff like that, there probably are things like that.
But you still have to grant
Make
personhood or
asteroids
rights
their
of
own property
personhood,
rights.
which is your
It
disadvantage.
you can definitely give asteroids their own property rights.
And then
you can also ban
right,
asteroids.
right, you can just ban asteroid mining. Right, there's not a reason why you have to give personhood or the rights of personhood to any of those objects for the counterclaim would stop.
You clearly haven't considered.
Okay, you're all acting as if we can all just have novices write these counterplans off the top of their fucking heads. They can't, okay? We need to actually teach them how to do all these things. And so every extra counterplan you say I have to write or have to tell them how to write before the debate is another thing that we're not teaching them about how to actually like extend arguments, research arguments, etc. All the extra things are things that they then have to learn how to execute. Can I just ask, like, if the resolution said in the United States, what does that exclude except space?
There's no DA.
I think it complicates the app solves people because they
Well,
don't
it doesn't,
specify
because
in the.
So like yes, you do write in the haha, you only do it in the United States, therefore you don't really mean it as your alt cause no one see, as opposed to alt cause other countries don't give a shit hippie, which is like, so it's you don't require evidence for one, but clearly the
So
app
if,
might have like thought around that.
If you were doing like, this is for a list where it's like, you know, you have nature, AI, etc. Would it be possible to put in the US on the nature prong, but not in the AI one? To avoid the concern about the
That's,
carbon product?
that's consent, yeah.
Because then I think it doesn't exclude any other big nature thing. Like the only issue with me doesn't exclude like the core AI stuff that is kind of inherently abroad. But if it avoids that, then it seems.
Like you're not
So
gonna,
when you say like the AI
if
stuff
you're
that
reading-
is inherently abroad, can you like unpack that?
So that was just based on what Klarman was saying about how like
It's in the lab.
lethal autonomous weapons or AI systems aren't confined to national borders. I don't know about it specifically.
So like we would like turn it off when they're like in the US and then like turn it back on when they're in Canada?
Well, just like if they're used abroad, can the app still topically affect them? Like if the systems are, you know, sold to China or used in war abroad, can the app still affect those?
The iOS is based somewhere else, but I'm using it in the US. Is it in the US or is it wherever it is?
Can I propose the solution of we can have a res with nature in the US and a res without it?
How many reses do y'all want?
Make them 3.
30, 40?
We can have as many as we want.
Yeah, let's, well, I don't know if any open letter authors here, but we can be like, yeah, we got you 9 here, so be happy. Any takers? No one here?
Truth says the space F
Did,
sucks.
did
We could just
Ron
ban
decide
mining,
to
yep.
watch? Is he too busy?
CAC display of DAA is like, this is Rock is a person over here, but not over there. Answering questions at this time.
Yeah, if the space app sucks, let's get rid of it by putting it in.
That's just like, so Nick, I like feel your objection, which is.
It seems like we're adding extra words for no reason.
Oh, honey,
Is my
the
objection.
list is gonna add extra words. The list is there's gonna be words on it.
At least
So
they're
let's
words that everyone knows what they mean, right? Like,
The vetted words.
we're not putting incidents in the res, like.
Yeah,
it's
we're
okay.
good about that. But like, if you're reading like the best 2008 animal should be free app, and they're like, ooh, it's only in the United States, gotcha, and you take the L on that, then like you really weren't cut out for that K-Life anyway. So, it's like, just keep it pushing, like I don't know what to do, because none of this shit's actually gonna happen, so like, who you have an all costs, congrats.
I mean, I don't have votes. You don't have to convince me. It's just, I think it looks
But
silly.
you have the gavel, so you have more power than you lead on for the rest of us.
I have a suggestion, which is can we move on?
Oh, speaking of the gavel.
We've got,
Seconded.
we're literally on the first, like, res option.
I mean, all the res ops sort of have very similar things, but okay, yes, so. Do we think nature includes animals, so do we need to include animals as a separate list?
I think it includes animals.
Something to float, and I absolutely do not know the answer to this. If a cow or a pig is like in a CAFO, like it's part of a farm, is it part of nature?
I just think that a 2-thing list is weird, so why not just say?
Yeah, I mean, like domestic animals do
Well, that's
bring
why
up
you can
that
just do rights
point.
in nature. The
Yeah,
wording.
like surely that like animal rights apps are about like farmed animals.
Zoos?
Partially, yeah.
I do
Is
think-
Rights in Nature one of these million up here?
I mean, the first one could be it.
Yeah, it's just like, we thought that we were gonna have a Rights in Nature res, but it hasn't materialized.
It
Coming
does seem like
in.
maybe we need like a couple
It's
more
up there
parts on like what is
implicitly,
nature.
because it doesn't have to be together as a phrase, remember?
Yeah, that's true.
That's a good point, though. Quick Googling on nature might.
Like we got a lot of stuff on like rights in nature, but sometimes it's like you said, they're separated, so like it seems like we need more than 2 parts on nature before we just.
I think that it, at the sacrifice of 3 more words, or the 1 hyphenated word, 2 words, 1 hyphenated, non-human animals added to the list seems fine. It's another
Species,
comma, oh my god.
right? Not
Non-animal.
Oh,
Non-human animal
animal
species,
species, which
because that one's good because
Your one word becomes a lot of words, see? The second
Sorry,
balance,
what's
baby.
the art for non-human animal species?
well, at the very least, I like species because that means it has to be like at least
More
an
than
entire
animal.
kind of animal, so it can't be like only Happy and his friends,
Right.
the ones who are unhappy. So like, I like species. I think
Yeah.
non-human species I like as well, but
Is there a reason?
that's then
Non-human
aliens.
animal species. Why does the
So-
animal have to be in there for?
Because aliens, and that was a concern from Dalo earlier.
We've got the aliens though.
Was that
In the
concerned?
US, with
I don't know, you
the
said it
law,
was. I'm getting so lost.
If in the US occurred in the STEM, it would solve the aliens problem of that.
Would it though? Because
Until they get in the US.
Roswell, Area
Why did you
51.
do that?
Binghamton.
Wait, do we need
Yeah.
Chimeras,
Yeah, because
zygotes,
besides non-human animal,
Well, I think humans,
chimeras, any hybrid
what
species,
human?
fetus,
fetuses.
zygotes,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
like the
Like-
category that is in the gray area legally right now. Yeah, it's really silly.
So nature in the US. Species in the US. AI everywhere.
Doesn't nature cover a whole species? Like, I thought the distinction between the rights of animals and the rights of nature is that rights of animals can attach to an individual member of the species, whereas rights of nature attach to the right of the category of cows.
I think the concern is that people are not told that rights of nature will be what is the phrase that is interpreted and accepted, and nature as a standalone phrase, we have no F on.
I don't know, like I said, I vote for a resolve the US should best grant legal rights of nature. Or legal rights to nature, whatever.
I don't know which one you're pointing at, there's a lot of things.
It's one, pick one of the 1As, but only pick nature.
Don't you gotta vest it to something, or you just like vest the right?
Best legal rights to nature.
You invest on.
Okay. What gets the rights of nature? Or you just like, F says rights of nature. Because we just in the CRT res, like what the fuck? F is rights of nature, negative is anything but rights of nature, like what's the?
Yeah, rights of nature means a lot of different things in the environment. There's lots of aspects.
So it's just like res is rights of nature question mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exclamation point.
Put it on the ballot. Second.
Okay, I don't know if we've resolved animals, nature,
I don't think
AI. All research questions for tomorrow. I don't think I've fully had your established the capacity to sue and or be sued version of the res to add here, Carly.
Doesn't the capacity to sue or be sued exist already? So established use would, you would have to say for something.
For, yeah.
Should stop.
I didn't catch the patent.
Yeah, it would either there'd be a not list option that would be like for insert the word that is unresolved, or for insert the list that is unresolved. That's gonna be on all the fronts of the list, as far as I can tell at this point.
This is cool. I love this.
Yes, okay.
Is it for or two? Cause we said
What
convert
did they
capacity
roll?
to.
How many twos we
Two.
got?
It could be
Two.
To sue or be sued to list.
Or four.
Should best the capacity in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are you doing this? Carmen.
And so does that look right for how your res was?
Sued
So wait,
for.
this, the United States should establish the capacity to be sued for nature? Is that like when we just pick the one area?
They said list, I don't know.
Isn't that like sued over? Like, could you be sued for not doing something? I'm confused.
Where you can have the capacity for not doing something.
I know, I'm just.
Well, cause I think
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Can I just get access to my own things? So I don't have to like dictate it?
Sure.
Can you open something? I'll literally only type. But there's a version of it that doesn't use the phrase like confer the capacity, where it just says like the US/USFG should establish that now can sue or be sued. And then a version that says the USFG should establish that one or more of the following novel or non-human entities can sue or be sued list.
I think I gave you edit access.
What it's worth, I really did not like can on the alliances topic, because there was a debate about whether it's like permitted to happen, or whether you actually have like the literal ability for it to happen.
With animals for
Yeah, so like,
you said that to me.
on the alliances topic, you could just get rid of ICBMs, and then the defense pact cannot be activated if ICBMs were hit by another country.
So I do think that there is disad ground, like on like what you just described, to just changing the legal status. So giving something standing, whether or not there's a lawsuit activated on this standing, you can still get disad linked to the possibility of a lawsuit. So I think that's a little different, but I mean, that's a fair concern, but I just think that there's like maybe a little bit more ground that exists there with biz ham links, et cetera, also the possibility of litigation, even if not activated, that could solve some of that concern.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
But I feel like we could workshop something else too. But I think that's coming straight from the like definitions of legal personhood, like Jack Soul. Yeah, it's just consumer use, yeah.
Wait, did you flip animal and species in which you said? Should it be non-human animal species?
Yeah.
Throughout the US definitions I just uploaded, Truth just sent them to me. So that's now in day 2 afternoon in the Dropbox.
So this one, two, does it say confer the capacity or establish can be sued? I feel like can establish can be sued is like so much.
Yeah, I like that better. Do it, never mind.
Yeah, oh, yeah. So then I need to double check.
Do we have comments on res options 2?
To be number scary.
I literally just got into this. Wait, sorry, what 2B is scary, you said?
The word number.
Oh. Yeah, I haven't really thought about that one at all.
Like,
It's a phrase that we've not.
category of entities with the capacity to distribute. And I get, again, category of entities, I'm like trying over here, but it's tough.
Sorry, what was the like first one?
Expand the category of entities with the capacity to sue and or be sued. Like, category of entities appears a lot, it's like it's not like a great definition, but enough there to suggest we're not like making it up.
Why don't you just take out the word number? Or and of?
I
United
think
States
should increase.
United States should expand the legal entities with the capacity to sue or be sued.
Because expand could be like making corporations larger.
Can I come at this a different way? What was the argument?
Corporations gotta be sue or be sued right now.
So
you're expanding. Expand is to
The-
increase
the
the size.
two-
Oh,
non-A.
you put the range of entities.
So the two the two non-A isn't a list version.
I see what you're saying.
Range of entities is just the phrase that I think we're using for like non-human.
Oh, so instead of categories, you could put you said two non-A, so the US should establish that range of entities can be sued.
It's just the placeholder that's used in all the reses when we don't know what we want to say for like
I see
non-human,
what you're
animal, whatever. The phrase that's been used in all the resolutions that are up here is just range of entities. So whatever the word is that we land on for that would go there. It wouldn't literally read like list or range of entities.
Okay.
Because that's like a tonight problem, right? It's like what we're non-human.
Where you get a lot of tonight.
Yeah.
Also, I'm trying to figure out a way, like what that phrase would be in the brackets for range of entities that would not require like all of the things. So like if that phrase is like non-human entities, the way that res is written, you would have to establish that all. Unless you, like with the word
Sorry, I guess I'm
establish.
not following.
So like if range of entities is substituted for what we have been discussing, which is like non-human entities or non-rights bearing entities, whatever, and the verb establish is used, that seems to suggest apps have to make all of the things have the capacity to sue or be sued.
Right, just increase.
That's what I'm saying, establish, I think, if it's not a list option, is the wrong verb. Which we do have definitions cards for range of entities. Like just as a phrase.
So that's what the people wanted, the root of two to be.
The problem with range of entities is, I think it has a similar problem to categories of entities.
I don't want to use the phrase range of
Yeah.
entities. But every one of these resolutions doesn't have a second now. Because no one can decide whether it should be.
Yeah, no, you putting increase off what I was nervous about, which was establish requires full rights.
It sounds like maybe there's not a discussion about what that phrase is. Is the phrase that's only being considered non-human entities? I can put that in as a range of entities.
Or it could just be entities, or it could be non-rights bearing entities. Those are the ones we talked about, but I don't think we ever came to a conclusion on any of them.
The US should increase the non-human entities with the capacity to sue and or be sued.
It makes it sound like
Would have to be
more
expanded.
non-human entities. To increase the, oh yeah, wait, the way that is phrased does make it sound like produce more things that are not human. That can sort of be like make another corporation.
Like the United States should expand the capacity to sue and or be sued. Makes no sense.
Or,
Should include more.
Is route 2 now whatever you wanted?
Increasing.
the one that's 2A or.
No, just 2. Because nobody's has problems with 2A, right?
2A looks good to me.
The way it looks good too, it seems to me like incorporate more stuff would be topical, right?
That would be me understanding scope.
Because that increases the amount of non-human entities that have the capacity to sue and be sued. Like just if you made another corporation, would there be another entity that is capable of being sued? Like it doesn't have to give a right to anyone.
So do you think
I feel like we went through, I feel like that was the whole discussion this morning.
So does novel or something get added in there so that it excludes, well, that doesn't exclude a new corporation, but.
No, I'm just saying the way that this is written, it seems to me that it's saying make more non-human entities that have the right to sue. And it's like, there are non-human entities that have the right to, it's like build another ship.
What if we put the US should?
Maybe it should only be
expand
US
the
version.
scope.
Yeah, I think we'll go with this.
Yeah. Entities that have capacity to sue university and or the control.
I mean, you're left, but we do have definition cards for that, and it does solve the.
I think only one version. I don't know why, like,
There you go.
This might be a little weird, but if our concern with all of our list options is that they don't actually limit anything, why do we need non-list options? Like, I said this earlier, but like, isn't the just unlimited nature technology thing actually easier?
Because
to write?
the list options do limit out the church, fetal personhood, maybe, yes, that's it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, like, they do limit something, they just don't limit a lot.
They limit the things that we hate the most.
Except for space.
But that's.
Except for in the United States, so.
Have we talked at all about resolution number 3?
No, it's not.
I think, so I don't know if the 2 and the 3 below it are
Yeah,
supposed to be A
I
or
messed up
B.
the numbering, so I apologize. and
Jackie's
we'll
no
not
longer
edit
a
anymore.
proponent of
Yeah, I
the
think
definitions one.
I think it's a job.
Yeah, chop
Done.
it.
Narrowed down one.
I'm gonna put it under a rejected head.
Ugh.
After demanding ad from Banky, I found one card. And that was enough.
I think our numbering is still all messed up. I messed it up more. What is the difference between the 2s now?
Messed up numbering. Established expanded.
Legal personhood and sue or be sued, maybe. There are a lot of things.
I think the difference is these two.
Yeah, I was looking to figure out what so legal personhood versus not legal personhood.
Yeah, capacity to sue and or be sued.
Legal personhood.
Second 2 has the same problem that Carla was talking about, that like, can you build more things to then get legal personhood, right?
What about the US should recognize the legal personhood of non-human entities not currently recognized by the United States?
I think that one is low. Yeah, in that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're like 25 days now.
Oh, Lord, okay. Cool.
Yes.
Push.
Push it.
Oh,
everything's
stopper.
Yeah, I forgot, they start locking at 4, so.
Good to know.
It could be true. Well, I put it.
I think
So,
if it said eligible for, it would maybe not have that issue. But if it said granted, it would. To answer your question earlier.
no, because if you made a shift, you would increase what's eligible for legal personhood, right?
But you wouldn't expand the category eligible.
Well, then that's
So this
different than we
is,
said, it would have to be categories of entity.
Yeah, that's what it's, we might be looking at
Got
different
it,
ones.
got it.
so this one I think is Jackie's, right? Number 3?
Which one? I'm sorry,
3, what's now 3?
Oh, yeah, so, a lot of times, eligibility is used, but I kind of moved away towards just going back to either granted or conferred, because we have the definitions for that make sense. And like the biggest thing I was kind of a proponent for with this one is it has legal personhood in the res, and the argument we've already had about categories.
What about the US should confer legal personhood to non-human entities not currently recognized, or not, scratch currently not recognized by the United States?
I think
Isn't that number 7?
Oh, alright.
Yeah,
Well, Carmen just said it was 8, when I was like 8 and 6.
8 and 7 seem very similar to me.
The only distinction there is whether or not you're granting / vesting legal personhood or the rights and or duties.
Yeah, I agree with Anna. I don't know what the difference between 7 and 8 are, but the purpose would be to say vest. Jackie doesn't like vest, so confer legal personhood.
I'm also not gonna lie, I don't like resolutions that have phrases in the negative.
Confer is
Like,
bad, based on what Betty and I did, but I mean, somebody else is more than willing to vet it.
Grant's a pretty good neutral term, I've found.
What happened to novel non-human entity? Where do we go? That's what I was trying to explain before, like, that phrase, the like second set of nouns has really not been discussed at all.
Novel non-human entities can be defined to mean an entity that is not already existing. It has to be novel to legal personhood. Grammatically speaking, it can be misinterpreted to limit out all of nature, all of animals, anything that already exists in the status quo.
Was our objection yesterday?
What?
That was our objection yesterday, was that
Yeah, I'm just, what is the alt? So the alt that we've settled on is not recognized as legal persons by the United States. So we're gonna say United States twice, but we still don't know what that means. Like, that was what I was trying to ask this morning, like, for who, like.
The definitions of US have been done,
Done.
right? There have been
Yeah.
multiple people, I think, have.
And Truth just gave us throughout the United States too. If you
I guess I'm not saying like we haven't researched it, I'm saying like as a term, if there's not a consensus of what the United States is, it's debatable. And it's one thing to have a debate about the agent as it relates to like counter plans, like is the app like the USFG or states? But when you tack it on to the last half of the resolution, it's like this is novel as determined by US law. That phrasing creates a lot of headaches for the app in terms of like everything, like because.
Consistent use of the US across the.
Well, yeah, that, and absolutely that, and also, like, legal persons as defined by the United States is not, that's not a consensus term, and so you're requiring the app to do something that is, like, not at all clear, I don't think.
I don't know why that's, no, I don't know why that's true. It seems like the US has recognized certain things as legal persons.
What's the US?
The government?
Oh, the federal government or the
The
state?
governments. I mean, like certain state, like there's been push at state levels to recognize the rights of nature on repeated instances. Those have sort of not worked or been banned.
Are they? Like, there's no state that recognizes any part of nature as a person?
No US state recognizes nature as a person. In fact, several states, I think, have attempted to ban.
I don't know, we
the
just gotta be
recognition.
like real sure about like
So
whether or not like US, legal persons by the US is a thing that like we feel good about.
Where are the recognized?
In the new work thing that they sent out, that Brandon and Raphael sent out last night.
It's in day 2 morning now. Someone uploaded it to day 2 morning. I think it's in, I don't know if it's in another doc, but it's certainly in topic committee day 2 and day 2 morning. There's some for recognized. Okay, sweet.
And this also doesn't exclude fetuses.
Non-human.
Yeah.
But I think we wanted options that did not.
Yeah, I mean, you could go back and forth between adding or removing non-human, but if you added non-human, that would likely exclude.
So I thought this was also the solution. The reason we don't want the only thing we're getting from taking a list off is fetuses in future generations, right? Is there anything else we're attempting to add by eliminating the list?
The
Like
other
the unknown.
Space.
So
Like DC said, there's like an article, like a one-off about like cities and.
It's a little odd to say that we want the unknown, but then like we only have some definitions of this thing, so we don't want it to produce too much unknown. I don't know. It feels kind of balancing the amount of unknown is difficult.
Although, like, we would have to be certain about the, like, these 4 things are recognized as legal persons by the US cards that Michigan put out last night, but their take about not currently recognized by the United States as legal persons does also eliminate corporations as well. And ships.
So if we made it to the first 3 and on the list of things, and you talk about the next 4.
Do we end up with definitions of rights or duties of legal personhood?
Yes, I cut those yesterday.
I have a question about the current number 3. Is there like a tense issue with granted?
What would a tense issue?
It just seems like should expand. What about the US should expand the categories of entities it recognizes as legal persons? I just like granted feels weird.
That is fair, I was trying to.
But I totally
minimize
understand
word.
where you're getting at. It just like
Acting as an
feels
active
bad.
present. When you put in the past tense, it's acting like an active.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raphael and I were kind of having the same thought that
Or it grants legal personhood, just like, I guess like that it, singular it would make the United States seem like the USRG, but categories of entities, that's fine too. Thanks, Drew.
Requiring the AF to actively recognize person might hurt ability to read the person is.
Yeah. I was gonna say that if the app has to recognize a new entity or like expand what defines a legal person, and we aren't saying what that entails, I think that we're gonna lose the personhood pick all the time. So like,
I think that
without-
the purpose of that is to give people the option of whether to force the app to defend personhood versus just the rights.
Although, didn't we decide that you can't actually force them because they'll just not write that in their plan text? Which makes that debate not.
That's not that
Wait
compelling.
one second. What do you mean by without clarifying what it means?
So just like if we say we should expand the categories of entities with legal personhood, where there's like the object is entities, which means unlike the rights and duties resolution, which allows, even if that what rights and duties has legal personhood, the app can be like, okay, permutation, giving a right or duty is the same thing as legal personhood, which is like a reasonable debate to be had. And my concern is, if the resolution is just this, the neg stands up and says, we'll do the AF except legal personhood, then the AF is in a worse position because they don't have the ability to be like, resolutionally, we only have to meet the like rights and or duties.
I think, yes, 100%, I think that this resolution like integrates that, it's saying like those ways are.
Yeah, that's like the intention of this is I think teams should have to answer that counterclaim.
Yeah, it seems like that's what we talked about this morning.
But you are right, that they would indeed, that would be the.
Concerned, I'm concerned a bit about giving that as an option, just because like there are solvency like deficits to that counter plan without like the object existing are bad. I still think like the counter plan will exist no matter what, in all honesty. It's just how much power we give that counter plan. I think this one is that there's not as much of a balance.
I think that it would compel the affirmative to defend the concept of personhood and the moral sentience of the objects that it extends personhood to, which like might not be the debate that you want to have, but
I
you
mean,
could always vote against putting it on ballot.
There's had another comment on the side. It's like a personhood goes in the res, it should do so in a way that lets the app read cards saying conferring rights is itself a conferral of personhood, which I think we mentioned earlier today.
Yeah.
And says with legal personhood is a way that works.
I think you're still recognizing truth if you wouldn't actually talk.
Just tell me
That's fine.
talk about uploading brains.
Yeah, it's just not AI. All right, so can we get to 4 now? Do we have things that we
That
need?
again reads to me like the whole rights problem, that people were mad at the like earlier one about. Like, is the phrase non-human entities, like, you must grant rights and duties to non-human entities, like, do they all get it?
So if we write to at least one or more non-human entities, did that solve that concern?
You could say substantial somewhere.
Well, substantial doesn't mean that, well, I guess maybe, I don't know. Yes, just substantially best.
I can just, if you wanna say there's a modifier, I don't know.
It should be at least one.
Or explicitly
To have
allows
at least
corporations,
one
right?
non-human entity, you're saying?
If you
Oh,
wanted
yeah.
a limit and
that's true.
fix that
Yes.
problem.
If it's
Allowing
4
that to
instead of
happen,
2,
yeah.
that might.
But 4 is like anything, right? Like you could
Yeah.
use
Yeah.
6 companies, 4 is just like
Yeah.
the entire.
Yeah.
Like we want broad, I don't know if we want that broad.
So wait, do we figure out if entities means, so if we just say at least one entity, does that make happy the default topical F? Because entities, so
I have a little like avid record of entities if people want it, but it seems like there's a basis to establish that entity is not an individual.
Entities plural, but entities singular.
No, like even entity.
but if we say
Like
at
a
least
legal-
one entity,
Yeah, that,
I will say this, the intent of this is we want one that includes corporations.
who wrote it?
Yeah, can we just
Because
knock
I
it
would-
down and delete it?
I did not plan on doing for this one.
I don't know who wrote it, but it was definitely one that was thrown out there at one point.
It wasn't us.
Make it go away.
Is there somebody who wants to advocate for number 4, or can I put it in the rejected and maybe?
3, 2, 1.
Cool. If somebody really wants it, they can pitch it tomorrow with some cards. All right, new number 4.
A right there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As rights bearing entities.
I think you have to use recognize for that one.
Yeah, vest doesn't make sense grammatically.
If you
Or the following as rights bearing entities.
Rights bearing entities takes out the like singular individual if we're still worried about limiting that out.
recognize.
I'm still not
I think it's
finding with
A
the
right
phrase
there.
like rights bearing entities.
Like,
Did you say why?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Because when I look at these definitions, they're like entities that they're rights. What the?
I would agree with that.
So, but that, in terms of like setting like a definitional limit of like what that entails or what they have to be required to do.
Rights, not liabilities.
Sorry, what?
Rights, not liabilities. I think of the resolutions we've read, it's the only one that has a single direction so far. Like, I think
But
this
you
might.
could do that without using the phrase rights bearing entity. You could just say rights, not the duties part.
at the bare minimum, it means they become the subject of the law. Now, the affirmative teams can define how that subjectivity is applied. So they can add whatever rights and duties that they want to it.
I'm just struggling with like yes, in theory, but I'm not really seeing like a robust set of cards. And I'm open to the idea that I like have not, I'm like looking in the wrong place or something. But like when I look at the definitions of rights bearing entities, they seem like totally tautological. They're all just like they are entities with rights. And so when you're like, there would be a definition, there would be a debate about what that is, like I'm not seeing like the basis for that discussion.
Well, I guess one question is, well, what's wrong with that? So nature, does nature currently have rights?
And say rights, not be a rights bearing entity.
But they're not a rights bearing entity if they don't have rights, right?
So what is
Well,
the,
why not say rights?
Yeah.
Why say rights bearing entity?
the United States should recognize the rights of one or more of the following.
Right, exactly.
Instead of as rights bearing entities. What does rights bearing entities to bring to us that the rights?
Say that last word.
So like if we just wrote the res, the United States should recognize the rights of one or more of the following. What is the benefit? What does that not do that rights bearing
I guess
entities
the argument
does?
is they don't have any, so what rights are you recognizing?
Does rights bearing entities include duties?
You would have to establish.
Because that could be a potential difference between just recognizing
Well,
rights.
I think you would recognize those asks would recognize the rights based on the same rights that people have. So like if you recognize the right to not be harmed. Huh?
There's no people or person that.
I don't think it necessarily needs to be there. It's a right to not be harmed.
What if we put the US should establish
Is what that
legal
looks like.
rights for one
No, I don't know if you've got great established rights work, because I was not comfortable with that with the stuff that I found last night, but somebody more than happy to take over
or
established.
sorry, what was the concern there?
The right stuff is very small, so like you and I could agree that something has a right, sufficient. Combined with the United States being whatever it is.
But wouldn't that also
That
be
is
the
true,
case with
recognize,
what we
yeah.
have here?
Do what?
Wouldn't, so like at least it says legal right, if we suggest it that way. And it gets established in law, but like wasn't one of the concerns with the word recognize?
If-
It could just be like a declaratory.
If we go that route, I don't know what the difference is between 1 and 4.
We could, I mean, we don't need to have that.
Can you
Sure.
scroll up to one?
One is bi-directional board.
Yeah,
If
but
we
we could
were-
just make one into two things, one that's bi-directional, one that doesn't.
If we recognize, so if the res is, you should recognize the rights of one or more of the following, the legal rights of one
Oh,
or
I
more,
see what you're saying. It's
it
like both.
functionally becomes the same thing.
Why, I think the only difference is the best, the not best conversation, which we have all said, maybe we have one of the same res that just uses it not vest,
Yeah.
yes, vest.
So we're gonna come up with like 8 reses, and the difference between 2 of them is the word vest versus grant, or vest versus recognize. That just seems like.
I'm gonna make at this point.
I'm confused with what you're saying, to be honest. I'm having trouble tracking.
I do not know what the distinction is between what we have suggested as the alternative to rights-bearing entities and Res 1.
But res one without the bracket of and or duties, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, because like res one, I kind of assumed like legal rights and or duties was the phrase that we were using. I guess I didn't realize that list one also included a unidirectional rights only topic.
I'm fine with no 4 and just doing, also having a version of res 1 that's unidirectional.
Yeah, I like that better. To me,
The only,
oh, go ahead.
sorry, I was gonna say, the only thing rights bearing adds is there's a card that uses that and also talks about AI, which was a concern you had earlier, but I mean, it also says the word rights, obviously, so.
So it's just like, it just feels a little weird, like rights bearing entities is a phrase. If it's like an entity that has rights, then we should just say like an entity that has rights instead of like using this like phrase that's, I don't know.
Yeah.
What, right?
Yeah, whatever. I honestly don't think the distinction between a lot of this matters.
I'm gonna put it down here if you want to argue for it tomorrow, D-Lo. You can argue for it tomorrow. All right.
Number 4 is just the kill zone, right?
So
is the difference between number 4 and number 1 the word confer?
Legal personhood.
Also, future generations, right?
I mean, we could put future generations in 1. We just didn't get
but like, yeah.
And to be clear, we have,
I think it's just the duties of legal personhood. Is the distinction.
we have a single card for future generations.
No, the only card in the topic paper says that it is undefined.
For sure.
I mean, I don't think future generations has to be on this list. I think that this list is supposed to be a legal personhood list.
I know there are a lot of people in some districts or regions fighting for it.
They got to come up with some deaths if they want us to
haven't
include
given us
it.
anything that defines it in a limiting way.
Is it better
I
if you
mean,
say?
they reached out and I answered and they said, okay.
As long
And
as
that
we
was
have-
it.
As long as we have one non-list topic that doesn't use the phrase non-human, it seems like there is something.
Right.
Is it any better if you say future generations of humans? Is that more defined at all?
No,
No.
that, no.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just more
But that's
asking.
the app is just like, here's a problem. That future
Yeah.
generations care about.
Fair enough.
3 seems to solve the like, people who want to talk about future.
Quick question on 3, not like a substantive thing at all, just semantically, should it be categories or category?
Categories.
So categories, that's how it's used.
So
I think we said the opposite.
Yeah, we sure did, we sure did, yeah. So, we'll run that down, get back to you.
The way it's used in the,
Not-
contextual evidence is categories.
I'm gonna highlight it in
Feels
red.
like what it is now.
Right, it's like you make the category of personhood bigger by adding a new.
So it's, category does not modify personhood, it's modifying entities. So like, if it were category of personhood,
I
then
see.
like personhood has certain facets to it. Expanding the category of
Yeah, I kinda see.
personhood would be adding a new facet. The categories of entities is like, there are a certain number of entities that have legal personhood that are within certain categories, this is like,
Yeah, I think I know, I think I get what you're
corporations,
saying.
humans, those are
Yeah.
categories, you have to add one.
What is included in 3 that is not included in 4?
The unknown.
Okay.
sounds good.
I feel like
It's
4
not
is
included in
4.
4.
What is included in 3 that is not included in 4?
The unknown, it's like the,
Also, is the.
The only difference, like, 4 is a list.
Well,
Oh, you're
future
saying
generations
what
is probably
area,
includes
I see what you're saying, okay.
Yeah.
Should 4 be best?
Can you scroll?
I think
I'm
we're
trying
about
to
to
ask
go before.
Is there anyone who's trying to keep 4?
I think it's become the same thing as 1 pretty much.
Well, the difference between it and 1 is the duties of legal personhood, which I think some people wanted.
Well, I mean, I'm one of the people who want duties. I only care that it's rights and or duties because duties is the best AI tech out.
Yeah.
That's all I care. I don't care if it says of legal personhood.
I think that the people that want the pick want you to say legal person, although I don't necessarily know that
But they
is
should
necessary
agree.
given the thing.
Like, in my opinion, four,
I mean,
if it weren't a list.
if they
Well,
think, if
four
they
is
think
cool
the
without a
person
list
that
is
picks
3.
Lambs, give us more apps.
Okay. Done. Alright,
Let's get rid of the A version before.
The Carly's argument is just like, you don't need a list if you are gonna give them the person.
recognize best rights or duties in non-human entities not recognized by the United States as legal persons.
Do we need non-human there?
You can make a version without, but there is a significant contingent of people that want fetuses not in the topic.
Yeah, non-human would just be for fetuses or future generations, so that, for me, I'm either way, but some people might have strong feelings.
Yeah,
I think that could be an area where we have that same exact res, one that has it, one that doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you would just delete non-human as the other version
Yes,
of the rest?
exactly.
Yeah.
Like, that seems to be the perfect resolution to give that.
And we think the non-A version is the better version?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's where the United States is.
So, if we're gonna double it up, the other one, instead of best, should be recognize. Recognize.
I thought
Or best legal personhood, I'll go with best too.
I thought the idea was just one with non-human, one without, but otherwise they're identical.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what they were saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, so the things that we need to vet. AI, whatever word we're gonna do, nature in the United States. Non-human animal species, do we need more cards on that? Do you feel good with the cards that we have on non-human animal species?
That's a flowery question I couldn't find.
I feel good that the word species means not individual.
Yeah, I found definitions for like each one individually if you put them all.
I don't think you need it
Can we
as a
do-
phrase.
Do we
Like,
need
have a
animal if
definition
we
of
use
non-human
species?
animal.
Non-human species? That's aliens if we don't care about it.
Does animal
Yeah,
exclude?
I just struggle to see how this
I
is
don't
gonna
know.
make a
Okay,
difference.
well, I was just trying to figure out the things that we need to vet tonight. Whatever phrase we're gonna use for AI.
Sorry, is this 4 8 supposed to be 5?
No, it's just the same, well, I mean, you could make it 5 or 4, but it's the exact same except no, not human.
Yeah.
So it's like if you really want future gens or fetuses, you can go for that.
I will continue to look at categories of entities.
A question about that one, is the intent for it to include subsets? Like, is the intent that you can give like a specific, right, like expand the category?
The intent of that is categories can exclude subsets.
Okay.
So like.
Yeah, subsets like single entity is
You
excluded?
can have a subset of entity, but you can't have a subset.
Yeah, like no
that,
happy
right?
the elephant, but you could do like AI patent rights, for example, or like animal copyright.
Or even elephant.
Which I guess like a bigger version of that res
Or
would
even
like
like
should
happy
expand
copyright.
entities.
Yeah, it's in the
eliminate
weird
the
like
categories
creating
question.
these things though, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Or expand entities classified as legal persons.
For 4, do we think we should just do and or instead of or, just to make it clearer? So it's like obvious that you can do both of this one.
I like and or over or.
As long as there is only.
I don't like this silly cheat debate of or means one or,
Yeah.
can't be both.
Are you putting that in A as well?
Yeah.
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 Okay, so category seems like the thing that we need to work on. And then the definitions of our list things. Is there another word that I'm missing? Is there a distinction between non-human with a dash and
No distinction.
is there one that's preferable?
I do not give a shit. I really, really know that they're the exact same thing.
Because we have it as a dash in one and not as a dash in another, and so.
Let the people vote.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the cesspools of D3, there's a hyphen.
Alright, well, we're getting rid of the hyphen in the other one then.
I mean, it seems like maybe not an ed question, but the aging question.
But where, Carl?
The aging,
It was like across the board, you mean?
like the US or the
Bring back
USFG,
USFG.
or is that settled? I mixed a little bit, but.
It's not settled, but I don't like it ever.
There's not, I mean, do we wanna have that before we break for research purposes? Cause the
Sorry,
link,
it really isn't a research thing, it seems like the ed is the end, but.
yeah, I mean,
the app that we've seen that has a type 2 warrant is AI inventorship, because it's patent rights, and we know that there are cards that patents are federal, although no one has put one out at the subcommittee. I don't think we've seen another one. It seems like we could have one no list, one that has federal if we want, I don't know.
but I would put, if it were me, I would put it in the broadest possible res.
Yeah.
If people wanted a federal one.
3 or 4.
I think 3 too.
I think 4 is a mess because of the second US.
Well, then
Yeah,
you could
just
say federal
one
government in both. Why, for 4, why don't we just say that it has not recognized as a legal person? Oh, because it implies singularity. But you could do that if it's a federal government.
You can also just say not already recognized as legal persons.
Sorry, I wasn't really trying to like.
Well,
open the
no,
whole
because
thing. I just thought maybe people
other
don't
countries have
know the
recognized
idea of
rivers
the
as legal persons, so I think.
But
that's
they're
a concern.
specific ones, not writ large.
Right, but if they've recognized a river, can we recognize a river as something new? Because rivers have already been recognized, I think was the concern. I agree.
Wow.
You could say like not nationally recognized, so that much better.
Say the United States should nationally recognize.
Can we say the United States should vest rights and or duties in non-human entities it has not recognized as legal persons?
That's
Well, if it is singular, then you like eliminate the app trick of being like, haha, we're the states. I don't care, do it.
Yeah, it seems like that only makes sense if we want the rights to be federal.
It's just, it makes a ton of sense if the actor is the USFG.
Yeah, like.
you can also just say
there
that
is-
have not already been
just-
recognized
But-
as legal persons.
If we
The
just-
states have also not recognized, right? So like,
Yeah, but
States have recognized some
It
individually.
is a singular, possessive pronoun, maybe, or singular pronoun, who knows? It's like, it suggests that it's a singular actor.
I think it's.
Yeah, I would not change the
Alright.
United States. Okay.
okay, so categories of entities and the list are the things that need work done. Other things. You said, Banky said he was working on category of entities.
/ categories of entities.
/ categories of entities.
I think I've got some more cards of nature excludes stuff.
Okay, so nature and then not, I'm curious, not human animal species versus non-human species.
I can try to find stuff.
For aliens, I guess, so the only thing animal excludes is aliens.
I will do my best and find intent to exclude cards.
Animal also, I think, excludes plants.
Yeah.
But doesn't nature include plants?
Well, I don't know, I'm just
Yeah.
telling you that.
So I mean, so like,
Species includes plants.
sorry.
Animal excludes hybrid too.
Okay.
So does non-human though, to be fair.
Okay.
Because hybrid is part human.
Are there things that people want to take, or they just want to review the EV that we already got? That's also reasonable.
We need someone to do AI.
Yeah.
Because if Carmen does nature and I do the animal ones and Banky does categories,
When you
that's
do AI,
fun.
what you do it.
Based on what we discussed with AI, is everyone now okay with just AI, or is anyone still holding out to say
That is
that we?
algorithmic entities.
Like, that, what I'm
No.
saying is, does anyone want something else, or are we good with just being like, yeah, AI big, but that's fine?
I would like to.
Wait, DCH, you raised your hand, are you okay with AI?
I'm fine with it.
Cause I think
I
like
like
it
AI.
seemed like by the time we were done, we were like, I guess. So I don't think we
I'm
need
sorry.
to do any more.
It seems like we should probably have at least a part of like hearing what AI is. You know, it's like, it's very odd.
True,
It's
are
like.
you still there?
That's
Yes, sir.
I'm still there, true. You're in charge of cutting what AI is.
Got it.
We've assigned you as it.
Oh, that's what it
It's your topic, you're stuck with it.
is. Bad joke from earlier.
Okay.
Where are we going to get dinner? That's the real question to ask.
And